we got 2 minutes, but you know, I'm kind of feeling like starting right now. Like that'd be cool. How did let's do a pre-thing. How the audio level so far? Should I turn the music down? Should I turn things up? But anyway, my mic is low. Let's see. So this. How much battery was that? It was like take out the sound. So let's see. That's from headphone volume. That's from headphone volume. Let me move it closer to my face. Is that better? Is that better? Cause is it better, worse, whatever? You say it should turn it a bit higher. Okay. That good? Hold on a second. Excuse me. 4% more? Are y'all playing with me, or is do I need to turn the music down? How about that? Is that better if I turn the music down? So I could try that first. And then turn this up. Probably is kind of up to there. This is better? This right here, is that good? Alright. Just in time, too. Alright. I will take that. I will take that. Wait, what? Oh, card of days here, and it's Bermuda Triangle. That's... Wait, what? So... Wait, what? What? Alright, okay. Hold on, do I look at a thing? Well, first, thank y'all for coming out. This is first off, this is very interesting because it's a Wednesday night stream. I haven't done that in a good month or so. So, you know, so everything, but it's a special case. You know, I'm trying to still figure out times for actually like trying to figure out times to actually do streams and whatnot. So, you know, I did Monday, we're doing today, and then Friday. I don't know what I want to do with Fridays, because Fridays could just be something like that. This could be something completely different. But anyway, I technically updated my stream, and by updated stream I mean I finally got a webcam, so that's gonna be something I could use in the future. I'm not so sure about confusing it. Oh, hold on just a second. No, I'm not gonna do a face reveal before 50 subs. I need 50 followers before I can even start discussing subs. Talking about 50 subs, that's money. we still in the struggle here. So you ain't getting that yet. But anyway, let's change to the real topic that's going on here. So a week ago, almost a week ago. Wait, how many likes does it have? 11-1, and I'm the only one who didn't like it. Well, that's something. So basically, we're having. But I'll explain why it was. I'll explain why I didn't like it first, but let's start here. So, oh yeah, I think the sound might actually be changed up here. I'm not sure. Let me move that up. 12 likes too many. Okay, so for anyone who's just coming in and saying, have I tackled this video in the past? Have we got a chance to die to copyright? No. I watched the original video. I watched the video like during lunch all the way through. And I was like, I had some thoughts about it. I had some thoughts about the original thing. Both good and bad. But it was overall something like I really wasn't feeling it at the end. But, it got taken down from. There's a reason why it's called the America edition. It's basically because it had gotten taken down by copyright. The content creator is Speed Robo, by the way, and it was like he was talking about when he thought Cardfight Vanguard was great, and then why it stopped being great, and then other issues that proceeded past that. So it was a whole retrospective he did, and I had some issues with it originally. So the original thing was I was gonna originally like take notes on it, and I was just gonna take notes on the original video, have a discussion stream then, but 5 hours later, the video went down from copyright and it just finally came up today. He re-edited it, put it completely all redid the scenes, redid the thing, took out cuts. Oh, it's 30 a year in? I'm sorry about that. Sorry about that gun battle. But, so, one thing I haven't started at all yet, so if it evens out, we'll get there. So this is a discussion stream mostly. It's technically a reaction because this is a whole new video basically. But I remember exactly everything he said, almost everything he said. The problem was I couldn't really write notes I couldn't really write notes in the past because one, the video was not up until today. So I had to basically go off of memory about where he put things. And two, because of some personal things / me trying to update my setup, I had to spend most of the day effectively running around town doing errands to prep for something much later. So, regardless. But I think we kind of but, that's not important. What we're here is basically just okay. What in this video upset me it originally made me very upset. And then as I thought about it, it still made me upset. But I came to this realization of I should probably have a sit down, have a discussion with people who also either watched it or are watching it for the first time with this, and we have a discussion of is he right in those points? Is he wrong in those points? Because at the end of the day, I don't want to be like, I won't be upset and be like, oh man, this dude's trash, completely trash. I won't be like that disrespectful, but I want to sit down and just like, what the heck happened that we got to this point? So, well, enough stalling, because I think the sooner we get this done, the better for all of our sanities. So, we got 3, 2, 1.
Cardfight Vanguard means so many things.
Okay, also another thing, I forgot. What can we... Y'all can. My chat is not a reflection of me or anything else. Increase the audio. Sir? Did you remember that this got taken down? If YouTube bit his ass, what makes you think that I'm safe? In fact, I think it's actually... Yeah, it's at full sound on the YouTube. On YouTube. Oh, hey, Renda Hope. Excuse me. All right, let's try and like understand what's going on here again.
It's a game that both fixed me and broke me. It taught me what to do and what not to do as a professional, a business owner, and an artist. I know that all probably sounds overly dramatic, but it's true. I don't think any single piece of media has formed who I am as much or quite like Cardfight Vanguard. I have so many different things to
Bruh. Joe, you can't say that. That's disrespectful. Okay, but...
talk about when it comes to the cards, the cartoon.
I don't want to like completely be like a whole giant rewatch. So I remember like a bunch of what he said earlier. Like it's basically like, it's just a whole thing of why Vanguard was great, and why his stuff with Vanguard.
The company behind Vanguard. I've been wanting to talk about it for a really long time, but I didn't know where to start. It was intimidating to even get going. So today, I'll try to do it. I'm going to talk about everything. I'm going to share why Cardfight Vanguard was so great. Part 1. Unpacking the Vanguard.
Okay, so... First two things, YouTube audio mixer. Let's see. Nope, that's the internet. Oh yeah, that's right. I had it down differently than most of the others. Let's see if that works.
Getting started, I'm going to share why Cardfight Vanguard
is that a little better?
So personally powerful for me.
Okay, but great. Now I actually got freaking. But now I got off track. What I was trying to say. Yeah, and you wanted me to turn it up? You were like, "No, turn it up." But now you talk about, "No, it makes me bad." Make up your mind. Excuse me. So one of the things, frame 1 immediately, I knew that like frame 1 was like how he didn't really go as hard as I think he should have. Was that there's no timestamps, because YouTube, one of the few things YouTube has done in the modern era is adding timestamps to videos. I wish, let me see. I wish I could like find like a video that has like timestamps, But like, if you know that the freaking timestamps for the YouTube videos are godlike. Like, oh my goodness. So the fact for his hour-long video has no timestamps, and I know for a fact that it is composed of, I think, between 17 to 21 parts. It is kind of like we're already fighting an uphill battle because we can't it's a retrospective, but as you, the narrator, should be, you should also kind of help, as you as the narrator and the content creator, you should also help, like, the timestamps help a lot, not just with just being thoughtful to your audience, but also like understanding the retention rate of the of the video itself. Like, where did people go here? Where did people go there? So, starting off there, that's already like a negative against the thing, but it's a nitpick. It's a nitpick that's not like overall like a problem.
I want to get this out of there before the more objective analysis. I've been around cards my whole life. One of my earliest memories is getting my first card ever. Base set Bulbasaur.
Come on, turn it down so I'm not
massive self-esteem issues.
He would have strike.
Cardfight Vanguard was the first time I was shown that I could be great at something. Chicago 2012. I took a Royal Paladin trial deck. I went undefeated for 4 straight rounds, made it all the way to round 7, and outperformed everyone I knew. This was the moment that I realized what I was meant to do. Cardfight Vanguard started my path as an adult. It started my career, my channel, and everything that I am now. That's why I have such deep personal affection for the product.
Okay.
As for the personal reason why I stopped loving Vanguard, my clan has been treated like garbage since 2015. Go check out my video all about it. Now that I...
Okay. I don't know what to say about that, because yes, he does say, like, at the very end of the video. He does say at the very end of the video that like, this was all recorded, right, 2 days, all completely recorded 2 days before the overdress announcement. It's a specific part of the video that he says there. He says it. It's a specific part of the video that he says it, so it's a very, like, small thing. That being, but to start your video, your first section, kind of saying personal sync for Vanguard, well, my clan has been garbage. I think you've already kind of lost. How do I put it in words? You're again starting on the back foot, because now it's kind of like you've admitted there's a bias. You've already shown that in a retrospective, which should be unbiased, he's diluted the message. You've created an unbiased. You've created a biased opinion from the jump. So now the rest of the video is now colored in a bias that now also requires homework. And the picture you showed is Token Rambu, which is like, huh? What does Token Rambu have to do with this? And Token Rambu's an event. Token Rambu's an event clan. I know it's just like a Token Rambu event clan, and you're talking about a Royal Paladin trial deck. We're talking probably like 6 years ago. So 9 years ago. Excuse me a second as I drink some water. Excuse me. And, obviously, like, 2012. Oh, yeah. Did you say 2012? Yeah, so it was like 9 years ago. 9 years ago. You're talking about 2 days ago. So it's like the fact that your favorite clan in 2015, since 2015, and you show a picture of a clan that wasn't around. Hold on. What was the Token Rumble Online set came on? Oop, that's not what I needed. Close that out. Tank Booster 1 Token Rumble Online. When that come out in English? Oh, I need the wiki. Where the heck is the wiki on this mo? Where you at? Let's see. Sets. G-Tal Booster 1. Came out in English November 6th. Dude, I will smack you. I will smack you, Jito. But, okay, so 2015, yeah. But at the same time, it's not your clan. So you're already using a clan that's not even you're using a clan that's not even part of the original 24, nor had any like idea of getting support. We had no idea Token was gonna get more support. And even then, when they did get their support, one, it was Japanese only. So I guess you could say, like, in terms of the West, yes, it did get screwed over. But it's not part of the original 24. It was never confirmed to ever happen. Like, the fact that we're still barely getting Bang Dream before Overdress is actually, like, those Bang Tree players better be, like, kind of be happy, because your stuff's going to be, like, 2 pennies. Your stuff's going to be 2 pennies trying to get your deck set up. Now, as for your SPs, you're on your own there, but so, yeah, Token Rambu was actually at the end of 2015. I'm still like wild the fact that that's a thing. So, let's get back to it.
I've unpacked my personal baggage with the game. I would like to put all of that aside. I know that I'm not the only one who fell both in and out of love with Cardfight Vanguard. For the rest of this video, I will be doing my best to talk about why so many others feel the way that I do. Part 2.
What? Why so many others feel the way that you do? Again, Toby, I told you this on Discord. I told you in this Discord. I was in the middle of driving, so I was like, okay, I'll just listen to it like a podcast. Then I got like a sub from. No, I didn't get a sub with Jersey Miles. I got some food. Then I sat in a Target parking lot, ate the food, and was still like barely, almost like at the last 10 minutes of the video. And I wanted to click off so bad, but I was like, I have to keep going. That it's like nothing felt. He didn't feel passionate about what he was saying, and that could be just the tone of his voice. Like, people have monotone voices. It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine, right? Like some of the public speakers, some of them are voice, but they have a present. Well, the thing is, presence. That's what Asterisk has. The Speed Rover doesn't. Presence and a feeling of like when Asterisk talks about something, Asterisk doesn't really make that many videos, but when Asterisk talks about something, one, it helps that he has a British accent, and two, You know he actually is passionate about it, regardless of what he says or the knowledge he does. Right? I will respect you more if you're actually more passionate about it than if it seems like you're not passionate about it. But what was I trying to say? Where were we?
Let's talk about why so many others feel the way that I do. Part 2.
Now again diluting the message, and this is why. And another thing of diluting the message, which is why myself and others feel the same way. And it does seem like you're saying a retrospective. I mean, I'm assuming this is because you say why is great, so it feels like an opinion piece, but it's also retrospective, which usually should be, in my opinion, should be as unbiased as possible. Is that kind of the feeling that y'all would have? Like something about like just you should be as unbiased as possible while talking about something. Wow, where is this? No one cares, Franz. So regardless, let's talk. Let's get back to part 2.
Bushiroad stands up.
We're 30 minutes in and we haven't gotten part 2.
Was founded in 2007 by Takaaki Kidani. They didn't really do anything of note to this story until 2011, when Cardfight Vanguard was launched in Japan. So, what came first? The game, the anime, or the comic? The answer is none of them and all of them. Bushiroad designed Cardfight to be a multimedia property from the word go. A risky play, as if even one element of that product is bad, it can tank the whole franchise, even the parts that are good. Just ask Sonic Boom over here. Fortunately for Bushiroad, this gamble...
That kind of hit me. That smacked me. Jeez. Yeah. I mean, he's right about that. Sonic Boom. The Sonic Boom game was booty cheeks. And even though the anime was, I mean, not the anime, the TV show was good, like, it couldn't save that disaster.
Paid off. Tatsuhiko Urahara is clearly a lore god, as the anime's grounded story and strong tie-in lore with the game got players hooked. The manga was there. It provided a distinctly manga-y take on the world of Cardfight, if you catch my drift.
Stop focusing on it.
Drift is unnecessarily horny and overly edgy.
Unnecessarily horny and overly edgy. Can you stop focusing on the art for 5 seconds? It's edgy. It's something. Which is like the unnecessarily horny part is kind of like he's not wrong. He's not wrong on the horny on the horny part, like. But at the same time, it was an equal opportunity horny. Like everybody got exposed. His thoughts on Yu-Gi-Oh! Zero? Oh boy. He forgot who he was playing with.
Story can only take you so far, however. So let's table this discussion and talk about that gameplay. Part 3. That gameplay.
That was... Hold on, how long was part 2? 236 to like 230 to like 408. That was... I'm not gonna lie, it's probably like the fastest part. Which is why it kind of shocked me. I'm like, wait, how is this so long? You've already hit 4 parts and we're like 15 minutes in. But let's keep moving. Also, where did this artwork come from? I have no idea.
If you're here, you probably already know the basics of Cardfight Vanguard. Therefore, we're going to power through it like a lightning round. The board is divided into 6 zones, with one card being able to be played on each one. The center front zone is special. This is where your Vanguard is. This card represents you. It cannot leave the field, and if it loses in combat, you take damage. When you attack with your Vanguard, you get a flip over the top card of your deck. If it's a trigger, you get a bonus. Your opponent can discard cards to increase their defending power. If your power is bigger, your attack hits 6 cards in damage, you win. What I really wanted to talk about in this section was just how darn solid these core mechanics are.
Why is he explaining it? What? No! Oh, Nightbot got you. Rip Toey? Bruh. Yeah, you went too hard. It gets somebody at my chat like every once in a while, but he also pressures it. But but yeah, he's not a Vanguard channel. Well, for one, you know, part of the retrospective should be like, hey, here's like the TLDR of everything. If like someone was to ever come to this, you know, here's the rules, here's how they work, here's the base core of the rules, and you know, here's how we go. It should be for new people and for new people, returning people, and older people. That's why a retrospective would have to explain as much as possible. This is where everything goes. This on if I go by that mechanic, if I go by that definition, then there's issues. But let's keep going.
Firstly, they are super simple. Very easy to learn for players of all skill levels. This is vital.
Okay, so quick question before we continue. Actually, should I like turn on like a small soundtrack to like prevent like? I'll probably put this like very low. While we're listening.
High accessibility is super important for a new intellectual property. If the new shit is super complicated right out of the gate, folks will just go back to what's familiar. I learned this the hard way. Simplicity can only take you so far though. You'll need depth to keep people around. Cardfight's got that too. The Guardian mechanic means that careful planning and a great knowledge of the game's magic numbers is key to winning. See, there's nothing the non-turn player can do during the opponent's main phase, but during the attack phase they get a chance to counter and play around the opponent's moves one by one.
He's not talking about standards, he's talking about in the overall general game.
Rock the Wall, Stealth Beast Hagakure, and Chappie the Ghosty are great examples of these. This is the perfect amount of player interaction to have. There's nothing more frustrating than having your entire turn dicked over by some blue-playing asshole. However, a game gets boring real fast if there's nothing to do at all when it's not your turn. Cardfight Vanguard strikes the perfect middle. Counterblast is a phenomenal comeback mechanic. The primary resource in Vanguard is your damage. Every time you take damage, you put a card from your deck face up into your damage zone. This card can then be flipped over to pay for costs. This system allows players that are behind to activate and pay for more and better skills. At the same time, this comeback system is not so overwhelming that it encourages players not to forward the primary win condition of the game. Argent Saga. The cherry on top is how the game handles variance. The trigger system gives players that love to gamble the high luck, high stakes, and high reward that they desire. This kind of luck can easily alienate a strategy-minded audience, though.
Dang.
Does Cardfight have a solution? Yes. There are 16 triggers in every deck. No more, no less.
Okay.
It's a simple matter to figure out the odds.
So, raise your hands if we just kind of like skip through the section.
This is some really great gameplay. I am glad that the English audience got to experience it the way the game designers intended.
Oh wait, never mind, I forgot this part.
Right? Part 4, the English launch. The West got treated to Cardfight Vanguard in 2012, about a year after the game first came out in Japan. Our first set was BTO1 with Trial X TDO1 and TDO2. This was followed up by BTO6, TDO5, and TDO6. Then we got BTO2, and after that we got Extra Booster 3. Wait a second. Yup! Instead of releasing the product in order, we got to experience the game in a completely scattershot manner, with the same product in Japan releasing about a month later in English, while the original product was still getting translated and released.
Okay.
This was a huge problem.
Okay. I feel like if we need to, I'm talking about the criticism, like, oh, we should kind of criticize the whole thing, but I'm gonna be honest here, we need to kind of like move on. Yeah, it is kind of like it is. I wouldn't say it's his only valid point, but it's the one point so far that's been, an unbiased thought. It's been unbiased and actually like factually there. That has been completely stuttered.
Completely threw off the balance
But
of
we,
the game. It was entirely due to the strength of the core mechanics. 14 was the year.
Here we go.
Part 5. Granblue got all of its support front-loaded, then would see absolutely no cards for nearly 2 years.
Here we go. This is the part that...
Luckily, the game itself was still super fun, and this horrible release pattern would even out just in time for... Part 5. The Golden.
And this right here is honestly the start of my my issues with this thing. Oh, Toby, I'm so sorry. Here we go.
2014 was the year to play Cardfight Vanguard. I genuinely cannot think of another game that had this balanced, interesting, and diverse of a meta for this long. By the time that Booster Set 15 and Extra Booster 10 were released, every single clan in the game was viable and reasonably balanced. No matter what your favorite clan was, you could play the game with it and win. No problem. Break Ride was a great mechanic that synergized well with old cards while slowing the game down a bit to make the pacing even better than it was in 2013. The only 2 points of complaint that I can level
let's listen to this all point go.
Grade 3s did see a bit of power creep, going from 10k to 11k as the standard power. The second problem was that the new clan, Link Joker, wasn't very fun to fight against. It's not that it was overly powerful, it's just that you had to play against it differently than other clans. Many times, playing around Link Joker...
He's not talking about like stuff like Dragon Global Lord. Dragon Global Lord wasn't the norm at the time.
And that's never fun.
By Break Ride, 11k was...
Great job with this season, though. They took their time to make sure that every clan got at least one Break Ride and one set of support. In addition, that support was fully fleshed out and always helped the clan by filling in missing pieces to make the older cards in this clan better. If you feel like
let me go back and
they took their time to make sure that goal to how you would otherwise want to play your clan.
Okay, let's go back to here.
That's never fun. Overall, Bushi did a great job with this season, though.
Let me hear this again.
Their time to make sure that every clan got at least one Break Ride and one set of support. In addition, that support was fully fleshed out and always helped the clan by filling in missing pieces to make the older cards in this clan better.
Okay. Let me look something up real quick. Let me press the thing. Let's see. Extra Booster Set, Kung Style Volume 1, Cavalry Black Steel. Set in the extra collection. Let's see. Cavalry Black Steel was 2012, 7 July 2012. Set 4, which is December 14th, 2012. So there's some issues with the December, July, and December 14th. Oh yeah, because we're taking that into consideration. When did Murakumo get their support last? September 19th, 2014 was the thing. So he's talking about in Break Ride. Let's see. So Break Ride would have started. I want to look at Break Ride again. Let's see. Of the main sets. Trying to Return to King of Knights. When did that release? December 13th. Infinite Rebirth was September 19th, 2014 for the English side. 2013. Yeah, so almost a whole year Meg Colley didn't get support. They basically got nothing. And I honestly want someone to come tell me when was Meg Colley that meta where it felt like all their support in this set where they got approximately this is the set they were in according to the thing. They were in Infinite Rebirth, all the trip shot, Royal Force, Gold Paladin, Cargo Link Joker, Meg Colley, Spark Hercules was double rare, Cyclops was double rare. I want you to look at this. The highest rarity Meg Colley stuff was 2 double rares. Shao Paladin got 2 triple rares. Ain't nobody remember this dude. Kagero got 2 triple rares. Link's Joker technically got 1. Link's Joker technically got 2. But this was basically the equivalent of an SBR in 2014. Giraffe, shut up. Bring Guz in here and ask him what that is. Like, and then we're not even talking about Murakumo. Murakumo got nothing. Like, so I don't know where he's getting the whole. I don't know what he was talking about with the. Oh man, this is the golden age. When every clan got support to help flesh out a mechanic and were all viable. It's like when you could take one good look at the metas of both English and Japanese, and I want you to look at me in a straight face and tell me, when was Murakumo meta in that time? When was Meg Colley meta at that time? Did you forget about those clans? When was Spike's meta? When was Royals meta? When was Royals meta? When was shoot, I can't think of Neo Nectar. When were all those clans supposedly meta? When I could probably go back to the old site. Oh snap! Hey, proof. Dang, y'all got here late. Took y'all 10,000 years. But, I mean, surprisingly, you have not missed much. I've kind of been ranting about a section. No, I said thank you. I wasn't trying to be upset. Oh, there you are, Guz, bruh. I want you to ask me a question. Was Meg Colley meta in Break Right era? Wait, what? Chiro, you did not just ping this man. Was Meg Colley meta in Break Right era? Answer that question right now. Because this man said this on the stage.
Overall,
he said this.
They did a great job with this season, though. They took their time to make sure that every clan got at least one break ride and one set of support. In addition, that support was fully fleshed out and always helped the clan by filling in missing pieces to make the older cards in this clan better. If you ever feel...
I want to ask y'all, was that true? Rest my case. I didn't mean literally. Increase the volume? I'm trying not to get hit with a copyright strike, proof. But yeah, I'll increase it a little bit more.
Feel like playing this game, this is the format to go back to. Season 3 was the best season and absolutely fantastic.
So one of the yeah, Spice got one support wave at the early start, and then no one there. And then Megcall was there. No one talked about Murakumo or Neo Nectar. So I'm kind of like, that's a very good question. So that's an honest question I want to ask. But there is at this point there really a. I was talking about it earlier, and we're 10 minutes in. I want to kind of keep moving so we're not here for 5 hours. But like, one of the things I was talking about, like how he had a bias. He started out the video revealing that, like, while this is a retrospective, it is pretty much a bias about Vanguard, how his, the moment it, excuse me, give me a second, still drink that water. But like, it shows his bias. It showed his bias, and this is the biggest bias by saying that 2014 to him was the golden age. Now, while that's a completely subjective thing, but I kind of made this thing of, well, is it subjective or should it not be? Should that a retrospective have some more objectivity towards it? And that was just a thought process as I was thinking about this section, because I think from here on out we see a bias. We see like a really big bias against a bunch of stuff after Break Ride.
Just like the first 3 seasons of the anime.
Oh yes, that.
Part 6, the greatest card battle story ever told. I could gush about how great this anime is for hours. Longer than this whole video even is. So I'll do my best to hit the highlights. Episode 23 of Season 1 is a perfect showcase as to why the first season of Cardfight Vanguard is so good.
Also, can I just point out that because he had to take down a video and redo this, a lot of these like these back screens are effectively censored with his avatar. Meaning he's kind of being a coward. I'm just kind of like saying, you know what? Screw you, Bushiroad or TMS or whoever took down my videos that I had to re-edit a whole hour-long video to get off the point that your card game has become bad. It's just kind of like funny how this. Yet he's talking about fair use and everything. When I watched the original video, he had a bunch of copyrighted songs, because like I know it's like hard to notice because like back in YouTube anybody noticed, but Believe My Existence, Vanguard, Bopalon Jam Project, that's copyrighted. A lot of the songs copyrighted. These still belong to an actual animation studio and TV and like TV channels, as well as on YouTube. And the only like change you did was put this on the actual screen. So it's like, I don't know if you know what copyright is when all you done is literally put I don't even know what this is on the screen and act like it's preventing copyright. That's cap.
It has a fun, self-contained narrative that also builds on the overall plot. The dialogue is entertaining and sometimes funny. The animation is crisp and clear.
Wait,
They
did
show
it
a full game
skip a
in
little bit
detail,
too?
going over every
I
single
feel like I
play,
skipped
step
something
by
here.
step. The spectators even comment on the match, and not basic shit like, "Oh, he blocked that attack." Nah. They talk about real world, high concept
Oh, you
stuff
hit
like
it.
first move advantage and card advantage. The characters explain these concepts in such a way that it actually teaches players how to improve at the game. No other show can claim this. Not even any other season of Cardfight can say that it does this. To top it off, this episode introduces the main antagonist,
Okay.
jobs him up,
I remember
and
now because I
showcases
was
his
re-listening to
brand
this
new
in the
plan
car.
while making it look badass. Absolutely flawless.
Yeah, I wish we could have seen it. You know, he could have just like shortened the episode, like put it like where his hand is right here, like shorten the scene, put it there, like this. Like he had different ways to change for Houston rather just be completely petty to change that.
If you are interested in writing card battle stories and fight choreography, this episode is a must watch. I don't have a good transition for the next part. Part 7. Aichi Sendo.
It's hilarious because he still got
When you
part of
look
it there.
at the absolute glut of card battle anime, from
And
the
then he does
timeless
this.
classics like Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters to the bargain bin trash of Shadowverse, one thing will always be the same: the main character. Every single time, you have some teenager that likes card games but only starts playing them seriously at the start of the anime. They always instantly know the rules and start one-shotting experienced players like it's nothing. They always get some bullshit anime card game superpower that makes sure they never lose or rarely lose. You know, cheating. Aichi Sendo is the antithesis to all other card battle anime protagonists.
Okay. Okay, let's stop right here real quick while we continue. He is not wrong in the fact that most shows, heck, most shonen. Copyright strike by Gallup. You know, most shonens do kind of have that issue of sometimes your protagonist knows the game. You know, has the thing of like, you know, knows the game. And, you know, that works with, like, other series in the same franchise, right? Like you, again, like he's speaking of Gallup, like Yu-Gi-Oh! GX didn't need to teach you the rules. GX didn't need to teach you the rules because they were the same rules, just expanding upon the rule set. 5Ds only introduced one mechanic. It was the only mechanic they used, and constantly built upon that so that no one else kind of confused. It wasn't until Arc 3 where they actually like used different mechanics and stuff. Because, you know, at that point everybody's there. So it's like cool.
He's never played the game before at the start of the story, and it shows. He has to get handheld through even the most basic of rules and gets his ass kicked constantly. However, he gets better every time he plays because he's learning, and the show is not only teaching him, but the audience. When Aichi does finally get his bullshit anime powers, they go straight to his head until he realizes that he can be stronger without cheating. He beat the bad guy, who has the same powers as him, without using them. This is a constant theme through the whole first 3 seasons.
No, it isn't. No, it ain't. Already contradict yourself right there. just because of the ending of Asia Circuit by itself. Asia Circuit literally ended with Aichi using a Psyqualia, top decking Blaster Blade Spirit, which wasn't even in his deck, and he had to use all that just to beat Leon. A character who honestly, like, it's like he did all that. Asia Circuit already undermined that. Like, it undermined it. So he's already saying like it stayed with season 3. The ending of season 1 was the superpower. Well, yeah, he did use it because he was, he had that. That's, I say this about the season 1 ending. The whole thing was, because I remember there's 3 episodes. It was the first episode. It was Aichi versus Ren normally, and then Ren uses Psyqualia. Episode 2, Aichi gets scared in the middle of fight, and Aichi gets scared and like fades back into using it for a little bit. And episode 3 is him remembering, I don't really need that. I don't need that. Stop. And then he gets a card that he actually earned before the fight even began. Like, he got it, and it was actually, like, built up to. You knew where it came from. And, that's the whole thing between Asia Circus ending and the original's ending. Build up. None of that was built up in Asia Circuit. So he's already contradicted himself. Plus, a lot of people do not like Asia Circuit. Like, you could ask someone, like, they're definitely, not like his thing, but, like, you could easily say, like, hey, this ain't my favorite season. So, I wouldn't say it's a great thing.
That cheating, power gaming, and net decking doesn't make you better.
He hid that. Let's go back and see that one more time.
That cheating, power gaming.
The void is power game.
And net decking.
And the reverse is net decking. That's a certain. That is actually a really interesting. That is certainly an interesting parallel. Interesting.
Doesn't make you better. It makes you worse. I can't think of a better message for the main character to convey, especially since it's the exact opposite of what every other card game show's message is. Part 8. The side characters. The main characters in Cardfight aren't really all that deep or special when you dig into them.
Okay, he's kind of right about that. Them at their base isn't exactly like some galaxy level writing. Like, this is like they're not supposed to be like Game of Thrones characters. They aren't meant to be deep.
Most, if not all,
or rather as deep as people want them to be,
are pretty one note with average backstories and characterization. Aichi's really the only one that breaks this mold. However, it's pretty obvious that a lot of care went into making the side characters stand out. It's easy to say that the supporting cast has just as much personality and depth as the leads. This goes a long way to making the world of the anime feel very real. Kasumi...
There we go. I got exposed right there because I was like, I wonder why, but...
Morikawa is pretty obviously just a rehash of a bully-turned-friend archetype. The Joey to Aichi's Yugi. What really makes Morikawa stand out is that he was never really a bully to begin with.
Which is hilarious because we talked about it in Proof Court that we literally just talked about in Proof Court what? A few hours ago? About who would what you call it, who like the Joey to Yugi's, I mean to Aichi's Yugi is, and we like, well, it's Naoki. Like everything about Naoki works better when you compare him to Joey than Morikawa. So on that note,
The only time we ever see him pick on anyone was when he took Aichi's blaster blade in episode 1. In that very same episode, we get jerk, and he doesn't.
All right, let's kind of move over a little bit here.
Quickly see Morikawa defrost and reveal his normal, goofy, and playful side to Aichi. This is Morikawa's default, not an abusive bully. Sure, he's still cocky, loud, and a bit narcissistic, but when push comes to shove, he's always there for his friends. This is most clearly shown in episode 13. Even one-off gag characters, like Ninja Master M and Osamu Kishida, are given strangely compelling personalities and full backstories.
This man really compared Mark Whiting to a dude who only appeared twice in the original series and once in V as a side dude. He really compared the two like that. I don't know where he got compelling backstory for Osamu. Like, excuse me? And you know what? I need to fill some more water. Excuse me. Yeah. They like Medcall didn't even get a rep like that. And I'm trying to think, I don't remember any about Osamu. The fact that I even remembered his name only because of Zero.
It's not at all controversial to say that Cardfight struggles a bit.
Also, the fact that he exposed his outright a childish nature with all these upset, oh man, they hidden copyright laws, instead of, I don't know, doing more effort in like trying to actually fit the terms of service. I'm just gonna call them bad names and say they can eat poo poo.
With having a somewhat shallow main cast. Yet it's undeniable that its side characters are the best in the business.
I mean, the side characters are
My favorite
good.
character is Nita Shin. There's so many reasons why. He's a single dad who would do anything to make his adopted daughter feel happy and safe.
Y'all can't see it right now, but I still cringe at that line. I still cringe. I still cringe at that line that he calls Shin a single dad trying to help his adopted daughter. They're family. They are actually family. I can say this ain't no adoption. He's legally obligated to raise her because that's his cousin.
He gave up his own career, love life, and dreams just to protect hers. Nita Shin is my role model. In many ways, he's a role model and mentor to the main cast as well. At many points in the show, he offers up advice that's genuinely great. Here's just a sampling. Wow! This has been some really amazing stuff. I hope Cardfight Vanguard continues to be great for a long time to come.
Yeah. Yeah, Dauntless, like he's her uncle. And, yeah, niece. It's like that's his niece. Like he should be one to do that because that's what a good family should do. And I agree with him. Like, excuse me. That that easily like yeah, Shin's a good character. He just said it entirely jankly, and it kind of like and that's just a nitpick. Yeah, Shin promised his brother that he would always help.
Part 10, when Cardfight Vanguard stopped being great.
Hey guys, want to guess when it stopped being great? You got one hint.
When Legion started, we were all riding high off the golden age. And let me tell you, Legion could have been the second golden age. I talked about how great the mechanics were in this video right here. The
Where?
anime was jumping the shark a bit. Video right here. The anime was jumping the shark a bit, but it was still a fun time here. The anime was jumping the shark a bit, but it was still a fun time. Legion lasted a single...
It jumped the shark a little bit. It jumped the shark a little bit. I want y'all to remember what happened in Legion Mate. For the people who didn't get to watch it, Legion Mate's Legion Mate's final battle took place on the moon because the main character Aichi gained the power to create a moon base, wipe all his friends' memories, and then got 4 random people who have never appeared in the series to guard him. And then said, well, it's because Link Joker pulled an alien and laid a baby inside me. And then the only way to really do it was to cut it with a sword. Was to do some Jedi mind tricks and cut the piece together so it fell down to Earth and everyone became Link Joker. It just became part of Cray. Oh, hey, Sagiri. I was wondering, like, where the heck have you been? Effectively, he said was jumping the shark a little bit. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind for a later part of this video. Keep that in mind that Legion, after all that, was jumping the shark a little bit.
Single month in English. No, I'm not joking. From the time that the first Legion came out, Fighters Collection 2014, to the first Stride, Booster Set 16 VE, was one single month. They created the greatest mechanic.
Here, okay. So he said the first Stride version E. That Stride was a promo. That Stride was a promo. It wasn't even really a Stride. We barely knew what Stride did. He basically said the same length for a booster. He quoted a promo. No, he didn't say Legion was a great... Did he say Legion was a great anime? Let me pull back a second.
Stride, Booster Set 16 VE, was one single month. They created the greatest mechanic the game had ever seen, and instead of giving it the break ride treatment of taking their time to slowly roll it out to every single clan and make the game a beautiful, balanced experience, they said, fuck it, here's an extra deck that doesn't work with anything that's previously been made. Buy all new shit. Fuck you!
This man really done said the G Zone didn't work with anything. This man really said it didn't work with anything. Everything, every stride was generic. Now, if he's talking about like Break Right Legion, because the concept, the mechanic of stride, basically removes the the limit breaks and the Legion stuff, I would agree with him later on in the story, like later on, like mid G or like late G, when it's like strides are just so good. Like, why would you play anything else? But at the start, no. Like, this is also another thing that comes into this point is he's easily you when he gets into this, when he gets in like actually raises his voice, you can tell that he's projecting to force. You can tell he's projecting to kind of like prove a point of Vanguard made a bad decision here that also messed everything and made all your old stuff irrelevant, which is pretty much not true.
Bushiroad has a long, illustrious history of having good ideas and then executing them horribly.
He's not wrong
Limit
there.
Break was a good idea. A way to make certain skills require a damage threshold, but not cost counterblast. Okay, neat. Why does every skill need to be limit break? If a skill costs 3 or more counterblast, making it limit break is about as useful as putting a screen door on a submarine. Break Ride was totally fine. Legion was undercooked, and Pale Moon, to this day, only ever got 1 Legion.
But who cares?
Stride was an okay idea to give universal power cards to clans. Therefore, no matter what archetype you're using, you'll always have a boss. However, for the reasons I outlined in this video, it was horrible.
Okay, here's also another problem. Because he had to re-upload a video, I'm pretty sure this man did not remember, oh yeah, I put videos to connect here. So obviously, like, this is already an inferior project than the original. And now it's just like showing like he was so down bad, he forgot to put his stuff back.
Oh. G Guardians were even worse. Good idea. Let's build stronger defense options because strides have too big of numbers. Execution. 16 card G Zone good. No problems here. It don't make G unit only card that matter at all. This good. Make deck building dum-dum easy because you just run all G cards for clan. This good. Me smart.
What was that? That was actually a baby rant. That was basically baby rant. Someone get John out of the line. You know John ain't gonna come here. John would rather expose this man on Facebook than come to my stream and explain this. And that's assuming he cares. I would assume John wants to stir this up. He wouldn't waste his time with this dude.
So, yeah, it's pretty obvious that G was the Dark Ages for this game.
G was the Dark Ages. That is, after all that honestly, that statement right there, honestly, is pretty, that statement is pretty, that's bias, right? Remember I told you earlier that there's some bias in this video. And like, there's some hard bias on this video. And that's the start of the G anti-bias. It is pretty obvious from this point onwards that G beat his ass. G said F you and everything you stand for. But from what, and this is a personal thing, so don't, this is not to criticism, like, it you could tell that everything he stood for felt like a giant cash grab instead of actually helping the game. Well,
The anime.
I can't say it like that. That's a bad wording, so I'm just gonna cut that out. We're just gonna move on.
Well, that certainly didn't help. Part 11, when the anime stopped being great. And it's all this asshole's fault. Just putting...
Man, was that just frame one? Frame one, he came for Chrono. Frame one, he came for his ass. Yes, that's more what I'm trying to say. He stopped critiquing. He stopped critiquing, but he's enforcing an agenda. Yeah, no, if it's also like, you know, but also like he said, when anime started being great, and he put in Chrono as the main reason. He basically said Chrono is the reason why the anime stopped being great. Despite the fact that he literally said Legion was jumping the shark not 5 minutes earlier. So he's already capping that the anime basically stopped being great. And he's blaming, and it's like, well, at this point, it's like, well, what was the threshold of great? What was the threshold of great where Legion was still in great? That's a pretty interesting question to ask. Like, when was that?
These two find the pro tag pictures side by side should tell you everything you need to know. Chrono Shindo isn't just another made by the mold anime protagonist. He's the physical embodiment of the mold itself. He's a too cool for school aloof badass who's an abrasive douche to everyone, yet everybody still wants to ride his dick for no goddamn reason. He's never played card games before because that's nerd shit. But one day a deck of cards mysteriously shows up in his locker. So he goes to his local card shop to sell the cards, but plays the game anyway because why not? How hard could it be? And in his first game he creams one of the protagonists from the previous series. No biggie. So Chrono's like, whatever, I guess I'll play this loser game for smelly nerds and never lose because I'm so cool. Anyway, it turns out that he's also the super special destined super child mega ultra special snowflake that the whole world revolves around. That's cool, I guess. Except no, it's not. It's not cool. It's the most frustrating thing in the world. How do you...
Okay, let's... Oh, okay. Let's see. Hold on, just a second. Yeah, you can totally jump into discussion. Let's see. I don't know what to do. Has the worst reading character seen in a while? Yeah, we'll talk about it. Hey, yeah, do you have Discord? Because you can just hop into my Discord and we just... Yeah, okay. Let me pull that up. Yeah, you can just hop in there and we're just talking the call. Okay. Let's see here.
What's up, dude?
Oh, hello.
Yeah. No, because I'm like doing my stream right now, and I saw yours, and I was like, I'm trying to see if people can chime in, but I'm like watching this too, and I'm like, wow, I love how people are just like this like pathetic about it. I don't like G as much as like I don't care for Chrono's character, but I'm
Yeah.
not gonna say he's the reason why the show sucks.
Yeah. Yeah. That's first off. Hello. How you doing? Introduce yourself, I guess.
I guess they cool. My name is Indecisive Dauntless, or on stream. And I've mostly just started recently doing zero playthroughs and seeing how people are doing because there's the casual people like Different Fight and Living Proof and Ride My Avatar and stuff. But I see like other people doing like little video discussions, and I'm like, I would love to just like see these like how people discuss these because just like one on one versus like how we both hear this like one person.
Yeah.
Like, do you know Kodak? Or ever heard of him?
Yes, I've heard of him.
You know his whole hate for Vanguard is very petty, but he doesn't like the game. Deal with it as opposed to this guy who's like, oh, I liked it, and then it got bad.
Yeah. It it actually surprises me how much I'm actually kind of like, you know, even though I didn't like Kodak's reasoning, I could at least understand it. This
Well,
is
yeah,
more just like,
he's so much a Yu-Gi-Oh player, but it's just it's
yeah,
different.
this is
Also,
definitely.
I
Sorry.
missed what part you were talking about, like how Naoki is like the Naoki's the joke. Morikawa is Tristan. Like he is Tristan to the degree. He's the comic relief character. You're not supposed to take him seriously. Naoki is. Naoki has a backstory similar to Joey. Morikawa is just there to be funny.
Yeah. It is kind of weird how, again, I said, like, we had a discussion, like, another Discord about, like, well, about Yu-Gi-Oh and Vanguard, and kind of like
Yeah, they're hard to compare. Like I did this thing. My brother has never played Vanguard. I showed him the characters in Zero, and he's like, "Guess what character they are based on their visual design." And he looks at one. Oh, that's Kaiba, or that's Bakura. I'm like, not even close. Like Kai,
Okay.
he's called Kai. Oh, he's the Kaiba clone. Except Kai is not a jerk. His whole character is leave me alone. I don't like people because people hurt me.
Mm-hmm.
And Kaiba's just, I'm a rich guy. I can do what I want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Anyway.
but one thing I was gonna say before we got in the call was it was it was about how he kind of like. Hold on, let me go back real quick to kind of like remember what he said about Chrono, because it's been a.
Seriously shows up in his locker.
Okay,
Shit,
let's see.
reason, everyone, school aloof, the mold itself.
Okay, let's go back here.
He's a too cool for school aloof badass who's an abrasive douche to everyone, yet everybody still wants to ride his dick for no goddamn reason. He's never played card games before because that's nerd shit. But one day a deck of cards mysteriously shows up in his locker. So he goes to his local card shop to sell the cards, but plays the game anyway because why not? How hard could it be?
That is not even close to what.
I couldn't really hear it because I think it's like Discord and actually what I should probably do is because I have Discord running on
Oh
both
yes.
my on my phone. I have Twitch and Discord both running on my phone, so I'm like that's probably why I'm having trouble hearing it. But
Yeah.
no, if I'm able to hear it right, he's more just like talking about how I'm super special. I'm Chrono Shindo. Look at me. No, everyone hates me, but also everyone loves me. Look at my special deck. Is that what he was saying?
He basically is saying that, yeah.
Well, no, I do say that Chrono. The problem with him was that the entire show revolved exclusively around him, which in Vanguard, the original, Aichi was not the center focus of the plot. He was a pivotal character, but it wasn't. Why did this happen? Because Chrono.
Yeah,
Because Chrono.
because
That I will say Chrono is part of the problem. Gia has good parts, but I think it was the weaker part because it was trying too much. It's the reason why the reboot happened. They had nowhere else to go. like they shoved all the plot into Chrono, and then afterwards they had nowhere to go. But Chrono's not the main problem. I liked Chrono at first. I liked the kind of problem child and like not knowing if he likes the game or not. But it's as they started shoving him is when he got the problem. The first episode was fine. It was set up a mystery.
I'm interested to hear you say that because from a lot of people, I think like a lot of people I had heard of, earlier or like midway through G, were talking about like how like they didn't like the first episode, how they didn't like Chrono's introduction, which
I mean more because comparing him to Aichi's very timid and Chrono's very standoffish. But then, like if you get into like G next, he's just he's happy. He's a happy-go-lucky idiot, and we already have one, and his name is Naoki Ishida.
Yeah, the whole thing was like
like that episode where Naoki and Chrono meet, and he's like looking in a mirror.
Yeah, the whole meme of like Naoki and Chrono the same picture kind of became more true.
Who are you? I be you, but this.
So yeah, it definitely is kind of like it's interesting to hear that perspective. So I'm glad you said that. But like him he makes it, the way he came off made it sound like Chrono was, I don't know, like a, what is it, like a bancho, those hard students in Japan, the badasses, the tough guys, the ones that would be like, have the pompadours and everything like that. Was like that's not
I can never say.
Like
no, Chrono's the far from the bancho. Chrono is like he's like the goth kids from South Park.
Yeah, he's more of a goth kid than he is some random punk Ryuji like character. He has those things, but it's not because that's not him. Isekai protagonist Bancho incoming.
I mean, I didn't care for If. I felt If was pointless. Because, and I had this like fear that Overdress was gonna be like, and it's just gonna be the original series, but now it's an isekai.
Yeah. Please no. No. I hope.
Well, it was mostly when, because all we saw were the cards, and I just saw the dragon dancers or the dragon priestess deck, and it was just like,
oh no, it's slime all over again.
Is what all over again?
It's slime. Have you ever heard of that time it got reincarnated as a slime?
Oh yeah. But it's like that, or Overlord, or well, no, Overlord's more like it's trying to do an MMO.
Ain't no way Vanguard gonna be like Overlord. I know it has.
I mean, hey, it has Overlord. It has 2 of them.
Yeah, but we ain't gonna be going as crazy as Overlord does. But
oh, I still have the thing going.
Excuse me. But it is kind of like he effectively puts all the blame on Chrono in this opening segment, which I think is kind of like unjustified, at least for the early stages of G.
Again, I will say, especially when G was going, it's kind of like the grass is always greener on the other side. During G, it felt like, the first series was way better. G's just so inferior. But then looking back, it's like, well, the V series, it's because Vanguard itself is, in my opinion, better than Yu-Gi-Oh! But it does have its shortcomings, but each series has a better point. I like how they kind of addressed Kai's backstory in V, but I don't like how they made him way too, like, emotional. Like, they gave, like, I like the fact that he was kind of sullen and, like, you didn't really know how he felt. Though it did give us the best line, where Kai explained what a cougar was to Naoki. That is the best line of ever.
That was fun.
I watched the Shinen Monarch, and I'm like, and Naoki's like, what do you call a woman that's like looks good even when old? Cougar, Naoki. Just no emotion in it. It's so good. But yeah, no, I
delivery
just
that
think
was good. Yes,
G was fine. It was just
it wasn't as it wasn't as strong, but I think that's also the issue is like
that jumping the shark point though is true because I mean, at first, it was an alien force. That's what allows the cards to become real, like when Link Joker. But this is, I just play a card and now a building's destroyed.
We'll get to that. Yeah, we'll get to that because I remember that and like
previous series, no biggie. So Crono's like,
let's actually speed back up here.
Anyway, like the whole world was the most frustrating thing in the world. How do you go from Aichi Sendo, the exact opposite of every card battle protagonist ever, to what if Kirito played card games? Seriously, how do you fuck that up?
Oh God, no. This picture hurts. This is pain. So much pain.
Like, no, but the problem is I can see it. I can see it.
It is, but it's like, I also have like a personal thing of just like, dang, why does everyone have to like look at Kirito as like the generic edgy MC?
I mean,
it's even hilarious because like I don't know, it's like I don't know where they came from because like you look at hold on, is that my sound or what is that?
I have it. It might also be me because I have it playing. I have your actual thing going through my computer, but I have Discord through my phone.
Okay.
So it might be picking up both.
Okay. Okay. So. Well, ironically, you know what? After I think about it, Jude, I hate you for doing this because like after I think about it, it's like, yeah, it kind of is because the real thing is they are kind of misunderstood, like Chrono more so, but like at a certain point, like I remember like I actually followed SAO way through Alicization, and I even played the freaking Alicization game. Wow, that was a terrible $60. But
I mean,
one of the things that was
it's mostly because the reason why I can look back at SAO and think that just like I don't care for Kirito as a character is because the abridged series just made him so much better. Like because they gave him like a depth and actually relatable. Because a kid who's good at video games, who's trapped in a video game, will be a dick about it.
Yeah. Abridged is really good. Abridged is really good. But like it's even hilarious because like you were talking about how like they made Chrono more like a happy-go-lucky idiot, and I remember playing Alicization Licorice, and there were lyric sections where like Kirito was just a happy-go-lucky idiot.
I mean, Kirito himself is not supposed to be an edgy character.
Yeah, no,
he's just because he's in it's a quote-unquote serious area, and he wears black, and he's got 2 swords, so he's definitely edgy. Even though he's the least of the isekai protagonists, he's like the least edgy one. Ironically, for as crazy as Momonga from Overlord is, he's actually the least edgy.
Yeah. All right, let's get this on my screen because. Oh, goodness, it's loading.
Oh, and don't worry. The rest of the cast sucks, too. Part 12. The rest of the cast.
Okay, I originally said this was like a 21-part thing. And the fact that what is that? Part 22. 22 parts. We're at part 12. And it's 21 minutes in.
We already talked about how the main cast in the original series wasn't great. They were mostly just stereotypes. Same is true in G, but like, worse. The reason being is that, for some reason, the G anime decides that we weren't here to see card games, we were here to see a mediocre slice-of-life anime. This change in format just highlights how the Cardfight series does a terrible job.
I will give it that. I did think it was kind of annoying that there wasn't a lot of Cardfights in the show.
Yes. Hold on. Let me look up something because I forgot what it was.
Also, I should probably just drop this in right here. Whoop.
Oh, thank you. Cardfight Vanguard G was my anime list. Yeah, let's look at that. Because I'm trying to remember.
Was it actually trending on my anime list?
No, I was actually because I'm looking up the information. Let's see, who was the director?
Oh, like what's it labeled under?
It's the original 6.53. So Legion made. Come on, go to. So who was the? I forgot who the director is. Media details, recordation, characters, and staff. Is it gonna tell me the director? Nobuyuki Hosea, producer. So let's go to Legion Mate. Who is the? Let's see. Who is the director and producer for Legion Mate? Director Hatsuki Tsuji. Episode director Yumoto Yui. Producer, director Yumoto Yui. Assistant director. Okay, that's right. So that is correct. So the thing is that I remember with G was they had switched directors, and while the previous director had apparently did some episode directing, he wasn't like the big dude. So I think this is more like that section was more so him trying to get into a groove. That's why the fights and everything was so different.
Well, yeah,
but I guess like if you like, yeah, it's like most people would never know that. Sorry.
But it was more annoying how, like, you know, because we did again that was many people's criticism, like Team Absolution and Living Proof, not Living Proof, Nexus Cores, their criticisms towards it were you know, we watched Vanguard to watch the card fights, and there's like literally like the first first half of the first season of G, the amount of full on fight like detail is the equivalent of one episode, like 1.5 episodes of the original, which when you think about it, it's like, yeah, we don't, because some people's criticism towards card game anime is, why am I sitting here watching them play a card game for 20 minutes? Well, because you want to see how the strategy in the card game could be used in real life, because Vanguard's strategy is a lot more simple than Yu-Gi-Oh!, where Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a lot of just pulling something out of your butt and you got a free winning combo.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I agree. Like, you know, I still love G. I think it's my personal favorite era. Probably because like it was at a point in life where it meant so much to me, kind of like him and, you know, everyone else.
I have a soft spot for G mostly because it was when I started. I started literally as Legion May ended. Like I feel like it was like at least in English, it was like one episode of G aired, and then but I was like, since Strides didn't come to English yet, I was like playing on Cardfight area, and I'm like, but now so I get in, and now there's an extra deck. Oh, this is so annoying. I stopped playing Yu-Gi-Oh because I didn't like the extra deck, but then eventually get into it and it's fine. Yeah. I don't play premium just because I feel like it's a little too much to deal with. I also haven't been able to play anyone because there's no one in my shops that play, and also, you know, pandemic.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, it is kind of like, you know, it's like, I don't play this format. Well, why? Well, because we literally cannot.
It's like, why am I also playing Zero? Why are you spending all your money on Zero? Because it's the only thing we can afford.
Yeah. Alright, so let's...
Both Richie Rich and Token Female are so boring and uninteresting, I really don't have much to talk about. However, I have a ton to talk about when it comes to the side characters.
No, I will call... No, Shion was definitely Richie Rich first season. He gets good. The moment he gets Kai's Asia Circuit jacket, he becomes amazing. But then for the first season, yeah, he was Richie Rich.
Yeah, he was. But that's not what I'm cringing of. It's the Tokuha thing, and it's not Tokuha herself, because I think he's kind of right. She is quote unquote the token female, but she's not bad up to this point, right? She's just okay. She has her own arc and everything. All the issues with her come much later, much later. Oh Jesus! But it's also like something else that he says later.
In the promotional material leading up to G, Kamui from the OG cast was featured heavily. While Kamui was easily the worst of the original cast, his personality consisted of being annoying and hyperactive with a short fuse. Kamui's entire list of motivations all revolved around baning Naichi's sister, and he's like 12, so...
Also the... I know we all joke about it, like the banging ex character, because we always take relationships as like, we want to be in this relationship as, oh, they want to bang ex character, but it's like, you really said that about some children, dog? Really?
That's not great. However, he was the perfect candidate to be the main character for a new series. We already know this character, and we know he's skilled at the game, so it gives us an excuse to jump right into the action for this character to win way more than he loses. What actually happens is that Kamui teaches Chrono how to play in episode 1, then does nothing for the rest of the series.
I want to smack this man in the jaw so bad for that. Kamui does nothing. Oh, so we just go to ignore the fact that he basically like defeated the Queen of Mega Colony. That he like, oh.
Great.
Though I will admit that, potentially having like a Chrono, not Chrono, a Kamui storyline would actually be interesting, because it ironically would have fixed one of his dislikes for like card game protagonists. It's like they already know how to play. They they already know how to play. They know all the rules, and you just come out beating everyone. And it's like, well, here you go, because you have someone who already knows how to play, already knows the rules, and can beat everyone, because we've seen that he's actually gotten better. Being Kamui's suffering, yeah, Kamui's pain. All right.
Kamui's not what I really wanted to complain about in this segment. What I wanted to talk about was how the writing team created a trio of characters that would have been the perfect stars of G, possibly have rivaled the original cast, and would have made the show absolutely classic. I am, of course, talking about...
Together we three form... Team Trinity Dragon!
Part 13. We are the real main characters.
That is something. Just like how you just described Shinamon, I actually kind of did. It is kind of hilarious how that eventually happened.
Oh, you mean how they showed up in the Shinamon arc?
No, I'm talking about like how it's talking about like how Kamui, like how like he was talking about Kamui like doing nothing, quote unquote, which is completely untrue. But also it's like he was talking about like Kamui potentially being a main character. I'm like, that's actually, when I think about it, like, that actually is a good idea, and it ironically solves his problem. And then someone in the chat said, like,
there could probably been a spin-off manga, like one shot that was like Nagisa, Shin, Team Trinity Dragon, and Kamui just, and Goki just doing things. We don't know what they would do. They just do things.
Alright. So, now he's at part 13. We are the real main characters, which is...
Tsunedo is perfect.
Or they talk about like Koji. Koji's the real character. Just saying.
Say it again, sorry.
I mean, I think Koji is the real main character. Well, Chrono and Koji are the main characters of G.
Wait, you mean of G, right?
Yeah, because Ibuki plays like a big role. It's like it's like his the entirety of G is his redemption.
Yes. Like, I guess you could argue like Chrono and Ibuki are Chrono and Buki are kind of
Oh,
like
yeah, that would be
the
awesome.
the in change of Aichi and Kai, because like most of it's on. I guess you could like Chrono and Buki are like the I can't think of the not influx but like the antithesis to like Aichi and Kai in that way. You guys know you want a Miwa Kai Buki Mamoru spin-off chilling with
I would love it. I
Kisaki?
would absolutely adore it.
Yeah, man.
No, I'm sorry. But we have to replace Mamoru. Well, no, technically, I guess it's because all of them did play Kagero. I was saying replace Mamoru with Ren. Just that would be the greatest thing ever.
Know-it-all who talks over everyone. He does whatever he wants, regardless of other opinions, and will make fun of anyone without restraint. He's a lot like Chrono in many ways. But there are two key differences. One, he actually loses at the game of Cardfight Vanguard. Two, no one likes Tsunedo.
What?
Unlike with Chrono, people actually call Tsunedo out for his bullshit, don't want to be around him, and actively dislike him.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Different towards Tsunedo. I just like I'm indifferent towards him. I find him annoying because his character is supposed to be annoying. Team Trinity Dragon are the comic relief characters. They're literally if you take they're literally take Morikawa and give him a team.
Mm-hmm.
It's Morikawa, Izaki, and that other guy they added in D. That's Team Trinity Dragon. What they're supposed to be. They're supposed to be a comic relief team because Chrono's backstory and characters are much more serious.
Right? Like, I think the thing is, Tsunedo is supposed to be the rival. Tsunedo and Chrono's rivalry is what honestly should have been more focused on. Because I think I wouldn't want Tsunedo as the main character, but I would love him as like a true rival. Because I really don't feel like he and Chrono's like it builds up really wide, which is why like I like that fight in G Next so much. But it's like I think that should have been more of what they focused on than build the others around him better, if that makes sense. I feel like I just butchered that entire statement.
Again, I think it's because they couldn't because literally Tsunedo's existence is to be part of Team Trinity Dragon.
Yeah. I think having story flow equals disjointed.
There are real repercussions for Tsunedo's dickish behavior. Tsunedo is the extrovert
Dickish?
of the group, and he kind of...
I wouldn't call Tsunedo dickish. Where did that come from? Like, I feel like he's trying to say like Tsunedo's like a piece of crap, and
Well, it's because he does for most of the original series or the original season. He did spend a lot of his time making fun of Chrono, but I see it more like a Gary Oak sort of sense. They're both kids. They're both the same age.
Yeah.
And one of them just happens to be a little brat. But I don't think "dick" is the right word. I think it's brat.
Yeah, he's a brat,
Smell
but
you
he's
later
not
kind
a.
of person.
I don't know about working better with a loner character arc, but I I definitely think Tsunedo has a point that like works for him. That's perfectly fine.
He pushes his two friends around when the series starts. But as it progresses, we see that Tsunedo changes, works together, and respects his team more and more. This is what we like to call character development.
Well, actually, the thing is, the whole point of when Tri 3 originally like combined was Tri 3 couldn't get their act together, so Trinity Dragon fought them and won. They basically won.
They're not. They're because Shion, Toka, and Chrono weren't at that moment weren't good as a team. They're Tsunedo, Carl, and the other guy.
And K.
K. I just call him Brock because he just looks like Brock. They're not supposed to be skilled. Well, quote unquote, they're not supposed to be the best. but they work well as a team.
Yes.
And Chrono, Toka, and Shion don't, but they're all good individually at first, and then eventually they become a team and such.
Yeah.
Which is the whole point of G Next, where they're not a team anymore. So they have to realize that they're not going to be a team and have to fight each other.
Yeah. That's the whole point of that. I remember that fight vividly. I don't remember the episode number like he does, but like I remember that it was like Trinity Dragon was a team tried through his 3 associates. That is true. They were they were they were literally just 3 people that like yeah they hung out but they weren't friends. Since
They're like it's like Team Q4 and Team Overthrow.
yeah, it's just like yeah like they weren't friends like. In fact, that's what like. I don't know. I feel like I think I lost my thoughts. So moving on would be nice.
Speaking of his teammates, Kay is pretty much perfect as is. A quiet, reserved, gentle giant that becomes more outspoken as the series progresses. Carl is where I'd want to make a few changes. He's the tech and stats nerd of the group, and that's all good. However, when I first saw his character design and promotional material, I wasn't 100% sure if
They
he
have
was
promotion
more
too.
Since I'm reworking these characters to be the theoretical leads of the series, I would want to run with this idea. Change Carl to a girl who hides her gender because she takes part in a traditionally male sport, card games. This would have strong, real-world ties to how women are treated in card game communities and would be a cool callback to the other real-world themes of the first 3 seasons. Later on in the series, Carl can reveal to her teammates that she's actually a girl. They both respond with, "We know. It doesn't matter. Carl is Carl, and Carl is our friend. That's what's important." Wouldn't that be nice? I think that would be nice.
Huh? Why am I feeling this? Why am I feeling it?
That's literally the copy of another show. Like that literally is the exact same plot like another anime.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. It ironically feels like that's what's gonna. Like you've heard the overdress kind of like theory, right?
That you use actually a boy cross dressing.
Yeah, it kind of it's ironic because this was released what the day after Overdress came out, or like the original Overdress announcement. So it's kind of like, that's awkward. So
I mean, I personally don't. If they have that be like the plot, like the starting plot, because it's essentially him being like this kind of weak person that's basically forced into a role they don't want. But I feel like again, I know it's clamp, but like I have no problem with people who cross dress. Just like this is a show about card games. Can we not let that be the whole purpose? Especially for the main character.
mm-hmm. Yeah, I can get that. Like, it doesn't have to be the main purpose at all. No, because
We'll have a month to find out.
you know. But it's like if you can pull it off right, then like by all means go ahead. That's perfectly fine.
To top it off, Team Tri-3, God, I hate that fucking name, would actually work really well in a supporting role. Richie Rich is just used as a Deus Ex Machina character. "Oh, we need to get to this place, but we won't make it in time." That's okay, I know a guy who owns a helicopter. Chrono being the MacGuffin of the series wouldn't come off as aggravating Mary Sue bullshit if he's not the main character and is instead just a MacGuffin. As for Tokaha,
Okay.
well, I think it's time to talk about how women are presented in this show at large.
Okay. Give me just a few seconds. I need to go use the restroom real quick. Cause this is gonna be a big one. I remember this was the moment I just kind of like, oh boy, here we go. Are you ready, kids? Oh man, here we go. This was this section right here is actually the entire reason I wanted to start it, because I wanted to have a discussion about this whole thing, but this was the first moment I'm like, okay, I gotta talk about this.
Part 14.
Well, it's part about it.
It's time to talk about women in anime. Okay, look. I know there will be a certain subsection of y'all that are gonna hate this part. However, it's really important. One of my foundational beliefs as a creator is that card games are for everyone. Not that every game is for everyone, but the medium as a whole is. The art of card games is my favorite way of self-expression, and I want everyone, and I mean everyone, to experience and enjoy it too. The sad reality is that the TCG community isn't welcoming, especially not to women. I've been part of the problem before. I won't deny that. And I am sorry. It has taken and continues to take a lot of work to be the person I want to be. To help bring people in and not push them out. This blame doesn't just lie on us, the community. It also lies with the companies that make the games we love so much.
Okay. I will say the start of this section was actually like pretty nice to hear, because me personally, I haven't really gone through any issues where I've seen like negative reaction to like females in card games.
I mean, I have, or at least like I've heard like a friend of mine was like they play Yu-Gi-Oh and in a predominantly male group, but I'm just like, yeah, that's just I just feel like Yu-Gi-Oh is a toxic community. But it's like they gave her so much crap for, oh yeah, you probably suck, and she's apparently really good with the because she's only playing one
Yeah.
deck, and it was like the closest is like at my old locals, one of the girls who got into the game was because her boyfriend was playing it, and she just kind of like doesn't really play it, and got kind of upset when she lost just because that's just her. But it wasn't no one treated her differently, like gave her disrespect because her gender. It was just she's not the best player. I don't mean like she's a sore loser. I meant more like she's not the best, and yet she enters the tournament, loses, and feels sad about it, and there's nothing we can do about that.
Yeah. I would, for lack of a phrase, lucky that I've never had to deal with that type of situation, or if I had someone in my local community have to deal with that type of situation. But I know it's there. I know it's happened, and I know it's there. And so, like, I was definitely like really, really, you know, the start of this was was probably the most I've ever like understood him in the entire video for like the whole like past Jesus 10-20 minutes. So it was like it was nice to like kind of like take a breather, like, okay, we're fine. And then at some point he spouts some bullshit and I finally just give up.
The way female characters are portrayed in these products,
Not here, but somewhere
are
else.
a huge reason why women in general want nothing to do with card games.
I mean, that's
That
not
being
a
said,
denial.
Bushiroad kinda nailed it with the first season of Cardfight Vanguard. Misaki Tokura is the female lead, and she's the exact opposite
He doesn't make a
of
point.
what most...
I'm just laughing at
the great character.
no. I'm just laughing at the fact that he since he couldn't show it because he mad. He big mad.
Like what I'm thinking is instead if they couldn't show the video, just show a picture, like just show screenshots of the character.
Yeah, like literally could have done literally anything else, but was horrendous.
It's mostly because Bushiro took down the episodes from their website. So anyone who does it, it's technically illegal.
Well, they're technically
Don't
are
consult
back up
people.
now. They technically are back up now.
Well, but because they're split into those three those three episode groups, it can't use the individual footage. I know it's copyright law is weird. It's the same reason why everyone's like, Toonami should totally get put Vanguard or should go on Cartoon Network, and it's because Vanguard can't air on international television because of a weird copyright law involving gambling. Because they show a store with packs, it can't show on American television because it can influence gambling, apparently.
Yeah, and I remember that was definitely a thing. Yes, I don't think it's changed, but I definitely think like I think at a point maybe like V could have been on either Cartoon Network or something.
It took place in a card shop. That's probably the reason. It shows product on the walls.
Oh yeah, they hard mentioned packs in the original anime too.
That
so
was
it's kind of
Kodak's cringe moment. Did you get there from the Onslaught Dragons?
I
Souls
remember
expansion
that.
pack?
the fact that that man was the fact that I
Was
heard
so
that.
heartbroken. Again, I like Kodak. Like his other videos, he's great. Anytime he talks about Vanguard, his bias sounds so like I'm wondering how he's gonna feel with Overdress since there's gonna be only 5 groups. He doesn't have to worry about. Well, there's 24, and they're all gonna be like it. Well, now that they're all.
He's not gonna say anything. I feel like
well,
he's
I think
not.
it's best if he just if he carries his hands in.
Like if he just, I mean, do his hands in, yeah, but at the same time, I think it's also best that he just doesn't touch it.
Yeah.
I think he might just be that scarred and has that much of a negative connotation with him with Vanguard that I think it's just like it's better just to cut things. But so what were you? Sorry, what were you gonna say about Masaki? I think
Misaki's a great character. I think she's personally a great character that is not the girly girl character. She's not the Kaya of Yu-Gi-Oh! Of Vanguard. She's not the Alexis of Vanguard. She's closest to Akiza, but I think Asuka is Akiza in pure statements.
Yeah. But
yeah.
Let's keep going.
Leading ladies are in anime. She's opposite of what most leading ladies are in anime. She's not romantically interested in Aichi, or anyone in the main cast for that matter. Her proportions are not completely ridiculous. She spends most of her time looking like a street punk and not a sex object. The camera doesn't treat her like eye candy. She has her own goals and motives while being just as powerful as the boys. Misaki is how you do female representation in this kind of media. Is it super sad that the best female character in card battle anime history is nothing but Dead Parents Archetype Beta, the stern and stoic one?
That was the most backhanded compliment I've ever heard. That was an actual backhanded compliment. This man literally just like praised Misaki and it said, yeah, but you're the Dead Parents archetype, so, I think that's kind of sad. Man.
She's not the main character, so the Dead Parents thing is just, it's part of her character. The whole trope of Dead Parents is you're the main character. Your parents gotta be dead. Well, here's the thing. There is a plot. Aichi doesn't have a dad.
No, Aichi does have a dad. He's just in a different. Yeah, he's in America.
I think they might have mentioned that at one point, but I don't remember. All I know is that you don't see it, but it's not like, a huge thing. He has his parents.
I think that was mentioned in G-Next that he went overseas because he could also because it helped him for studying and also that he could also see his dad. I don't remember the exact wording of it, so don't completely quote me, but I remember he did mention his dad in that point.
I think Kai does fit that role because in the original series his parents are dead.
Yeah, Kai fits that role. But
Misaki, it's also designed because they have to make a way the Q4 connects with each other, and the way Kai lumps in with everyone else is that the reason why he connects with Misaki is they're both quiet because they're both parentless. Misaki still has Shin, but Kai has to be self-sustaining.
Yes. Yeah, that's so. It's like that's why it's just like the way he said that and the way he did is like you really just kind of like did a more backhanded you did a backhanded compliment like,
Mhm.
and that's like that's arguably more disrespectful than whatever Bushiroad would ever do to Masaki.
It's also the fact that but here's the back of the problem I have with that is because Aichi had way too much like he got Misaki on his dick, he got Korin, and apparently he's got like two others. But Misaki is shipped with Miwa eternally, in my opinion. So that was the problem. And again, in the entire original series, Misaki had no interest in Aichi. You can see there is a relationship with Miwa.
Well,
You can just tell it's all Link Joker.
well, all right, let's keep going because I want to make sure.
Rambling.
Yeah, but come on, baby steps. The rest of the female characters in Season 1 aren't half bad either. First off, Misaki isn't the only female character. Yeah, it's depressing that having more than one or two female characters is noteworthy. Asuka, at first blush, seems like everything negative I've been talking about. Asuka is very curvy and the camera lets you know it. She dresses sexily. Her entire character is built around being in love with a man. However, her sexualization kinda works for this character. She's teamed up with Ren, the hot man of the series, making the fan service not seem so one-sided. Including a fan service character or two is fine and fun, just don't make them your central focus. Also, Asuka is clearly stylized after the femme fatale archetype, so her outfit and overt sexing up makes sense and doesn't feel forced.
Which is even weirder when you kind of like realize. Hold on, let me look up.
I would not call Asuka a femme fatale.
Not.
She's supposed to be a dominatrix.
Yeah, she's a dominatrix. In fact, it's even hilarious because like he even showed Kawanami, who literally was on a leash, following Asuka the entire time.
Like Asuka is supposed to be the femme fatale. Like literally, if you like in that scene where she's wearing like the suit, where she's wearing like a jumper suit in Kinemon, she just straight up reminds me of Fujiko from Lupin.
Where's the gallery? Is there a gallery? Let's see. Nope,
it's at the top.
Oh, is it? Oh, here it is. I didn't see it. Like, yeah, like looking at Asuka's appearance, like it's not femme fatale at all. Like, honestly, like the ribbons kind of are like the problem thing. But then again, you know, sex appeal is more subjective than people.
It's also to fit her deck style.
Yeah,
a lot of her deck has like ribbons and stuff because it's supposed to be a circus.
Now this though, I'm sorry, I'm just laughing at Misaki face. It's actually kind of funny.
There's a picture I saw. It's of them like confronting each other and have them chest to chest, and it cuts the Kote at the bottom to like docking formation. It's hysterical. I have to find that again.
Like, you know, Asuka's definitely like more. You know, she's definitely more of a. Yeah, she does feel more of a dominatrix. They literally, again, like they literally have Kawanami.
No, because Suiko is the femme fatale.
Yeah, Suiko's more the femme fatale than.
The literal thing is she is the Ara character.
Yeah, she's the Ara character until she becomes. She becomes basically. I don't even know what to call her. I guess like what to call like if Suiko. Like I don't even know what to call her. Like for some reason like Futaba comes to mind for Suiko, but I don't know why.
I mean, if we're going for Persona references, I think it's more Makoto.
Yeah, I guess more Makoto.
Mostly because how she like starts doing like more martial arts stuff. Also because that Suiko's like a completely different character.
Yeah, because that Suiko was honestly that's
Because
one.
they turned in if they turned Korin from the tsundere into a yandere.
Yeah, probably pretty much because
She was like
you know,
anyone who does anything to Aichi. Which I swear I thought they were gonna hype up is that she's actually Chaos Breaker in disguise, because that's when we saw the clan selection reveal.
yeah.
By the way, if you've seen the show, by the way, Chaos Breaker Dragon is Junko Enochima.
Wait, what?
From Danganronpa.
No, I mean I know because I'm a giant
Because
Danganronpa
despair.
fan.
All Chaos Breaker Dragon talks about is despair.
Yep. Even to spare your to the private regions for some people. there's some crazy people. Anyway,
Things for season 1. They're all female and attractive, but not to an unbelievable degree. They play the role of pop stars, so when they are on stage, they are wearing sexy costumes. Off stage,
what? Hold on. This is one of the parts I'm just kind of like, what are you talking about? Yeah, let's see. Team Ultra Rare. Let me see this. Yeah, I guess you can kind of call it sexy.
Well, because they're idols. They're supposed to be idols. Anything can be considered sexy. Literally, people think school uniforms are sexy. Anything can be.
Yeah. So like this, I can see it, right? And obviously,
or like Korn in certain outfits, they emphasize their cleavage.
Yeah, like literally right there, literally right. This entire outfit. Then you have this outfit for Suiko, where it's like it's just you got a giant V cut straight down.
Because we gotta get that Ada.
Yep. I didn't notice she wore a belt in her original outfit. That's actually kind of dope. I won't lie. And then Rekka's Rekka.
We don't talk about Rekka. We're both of us are way too old, I'm assuming.
Yep. Oh yeah, and their Neo Messiah outfits.
Which were like more supposed to go into that idol thing, because Bujiro, like, they were really hyping up Love Live because they were collaborating with them for Mike Schwartz, and then Angering.
Let's see. Ultra Miracle Collection. I guess we can kind of look at this as like, so this is kind of like a little primer for what happens a little bit later, but it's also just like the design difference between the V outfits and the original outfits are almost like night and day. Like the original outfits are like legitimately like completely like, he, as he puts it, sexed up. And then you got the V outfits, which do everything in their power to make sure there's no skin on any of these characters, except their face.
It's mostly because how they were using the manga designs versus the original anime designs.
Which is, yeah, it's true, but it's also just kind of like it is also kind of weird because like I also made like this, I'm scared how it's gonna go downhill. Oh, it's gonna go downhill. We're 2 hours and 30 minutes in. We added someone to this discussion, and we're 30 minutes into an hour and 3-minute video. It's going downhill. And not to mention, we also stopped on a screen where the man is straight up just being a child. We're going to the end game.
No, this is gonna be the red letter media version. This guy is like, whoever this guy was the most disappointing thing since my son.
All right, let's keep going.
So, normal clothes. To top it off, Korin is a genuine badass with tons of agency. Suiko does a great job of being the mysterious mystic, and Rekka's here too, I guess. If the first season did such a good job, clearly the rest of the series did too.
I will give him that.
Let's talk about Tokoha. Tokoha is the Masaki replacement in G. And, good god, is she obviously just the token female. While Tokoha isn't overly sexualized, her avatar on Cray sure as hell is. Ugh, just thinking about how every new version of Asha loses more and more clothes than the last form just makes my skin crawl.
Okay. Like, I guess technically because you're like looking at a 15-year-old girl basically cosplaying like she's Jessica Negri.
I mean,
which I understand. Which I understand completely. Because it's like, yeah, this is a 15-year-old girl and she's got bigger titties than half people's mamas. Like, what's going on here?
I'm trying to get my brother into Vanguard, and I showed him the Stoichia stuff because he saw one card in that trailer, and he's like, he saw one card. It's like, this is Budlax. That's a Snorlax who smokes weed.
The Bobalax.
But I showed him some of my own cards, like from like Neonectar and Aqua Force, and all the nations that are going to be clans that are going to be part of that. And I have one Stride from Neonectar in my binder, and my brother's like, I like the dragon, I hate the girl. Why? Because titties. It's no problem with titties. It's more just the fact that it's a card game. I don't. If I'm gonna play, if I want to look at titties, I go online.
Okay.
How vintage are these references?
How vintage are these references? I'm sorry. Who would you
Jessica,
like me to use? Like
the Jessica Negri reference. Anyway, I would look at. I'm gonna get a lot of hate. I don't care for Lukier. Mostly because everyone simps her so hard. I'm just like, I don't like. Also, just it was a long term and getting into the game. I just don't like the character.
Yeah.
She just seems very shallow.
Yeah.
But
Don't
to
tell.
each his own.
Don't tell. Well, I'm gonna.
Don't tell different fight.
No, it's like he knows. Like he's definitely like. He definitely is like he ain't that deep in it. But you know, yeah, I can understand like, you know, the avatar design of Asha for, you know, the token female.
Especially in what W Slasher did when he first saw that scene during GZ where when she gets bashed in the wall and there's Jiggle.
The 10 minutes. Yeah.
The 10 minutes of
Yeah, the cracks are here. The cracks are here. Like the cracks are formed. The cracks been formed. The cracks have been formed. We're just getting to the bigger cracks. like the cracks in between right here. But nah.
Every single action Tokoha makes in this series is dictated by a man in her life. This probably sounds like an over-exaggeration to the G fans in my audience, but hear me out. In the first season of G, Tokoha has a massive inferiority complex about being compared to her famous brother.
Okay.
And does what she can to overcome that.
Okay.
Honestly, not a bad start to this character.
Yeah, no, of course it's not a bad start. Because male characters have also had, no, Chido, we're not watching Slasher right now. You know, because, you know, that's actually like, because like most other, characters, male or female, have had, you know, inferiority complexes.
Let's see what she does next.
Main character for 4 seasons of 3.5 seasons of Vanguard was inferiority complex.
Yeah. Aichi literally had an inferiority complex.
He's nervous because is he gonna say the stupid thing? Is people because he literally embarrasses himself in class saying what he likes to do.
It's like, but it's also because, you know. Also, what was he about to say here? I forgot.
Let's see what she does next. She teams up with the 2 guys in a tournament because they asked her to do it, and that's it.
Okay, that's all you need. Why wouldn't you? Like, hey, you want to join the tournament? Sure. That's perfectly fine. You don't need a reason to join a tournament.
He sits out of a whole mini arc at the Stargate branch to give the boys time to shine. Fucking really?
Also, he fails to mention that she also literally had a moment right before they got there. Like, she literally had like a moment with Misaki and had a development moment literally gets them to the Stargate branch so that they can have their moment.
Okay. Tokaha doesn't even have a summary for Season 3 on the wiki. That tells you all you need to know about that.
And I'll make the argument that Season 3 wasn't, like, I'll make the argument, like, yeah, she should have had more to do in Season 3. In honesty, or rather, I don't even know, wait.
It's the fault of just the idea of
Wait, hold on. Just
impactful the plot is.
Just give me a quick second. Yeah, Tokaha Angela. Let's see. G Season 3. But she doesn't have a... I love you talking about she has a thing in G Season 3. She doesn't even have a thing for G Season 4 or Season 5 wasn't even done. Despite the fact that she has a trivia thing for winning the first time against a Xerath dragon. I think it's safe to say the wiki ain't exactly the exact source to be like, she doesn't have a thing for Season 3 on the wiki. Because these motherfuckers haven't even done Season 5! They gave up!
I mean, the wiki was probably a lot more updated during G, and then after when the B series came out, they kind of just gave up. I noticed that the wiki was updated like constantly when
like,
G was still airing. Every card, for trivia facts, you go and look up the B version of a card, it gives you like no hints.
Yeah, it's like the wiki is going with the wiki that is
in Season 5 in GZ. She other than the fighting the Zero Train, she doesn't do anything to the plot. She doesn't have any impact on the overall plot.
Yeah.
Again, the problem with the three characters, they can't focus on all of them at once, and each one has to have a different venue.
Yes.
Because a lot of the Gears Crisis centers around Stridegate is Shion.
Yeah.
So he loses everything.
So my thing with GZ is basically like they put too many characters because it's like, oh, it's the climax of the story. We gotta have the Avengers show up, but it's like,
oh my god! Now I have to see that scene with Thanos, and it's like Gize, but then like Iron Man is like is Chrono, Hulk is Kamui or something. I have to like it's just their faces and or the units.
I mean, still would have been a better final battle than the actual GZ fight. Still would have been more hype than whatever they gave us. Yeah, it's like, but it's like this man really chose a wiki, which a wiki is very weird because it's community based. It's not here's a whole giant team like Wikipedia where they had to update constantly everything because that's their job. It's like they can choose to do this, so they chose not to do this. So saying she doesn't have a thing on the wiki when her Season 4 isn't even like updated. It literally isn't updated to even talk about Miguel, nor does it even have G Season 5, despite it talking about the Zero Dragons. So already, it's someone said, like the person said in my chat, is like, it's like the cracks.
What the hell does that mean?
What?
It says her official Twitter account. On the wiki page. It says Tokaha's official Twitter account. What?
Oh yeah, that's right. There was like a April Fool's Day where a lot of the characters got Twitter accounts.
It's kind of amazing.
So
I'm used to people like on Twitter are like role playing as certain characters.
yeah, so it's like a lot of them got official Twitter accounts with like little chibi arts that they had in the show. Like I know the thing is like it's always the joke because Miwa's birthday is actually April 1st.
Yeah, well, it fits him so well. Because he's Yosuke from Persona 4, and he's best trash.
Okay, let's keep going.
So now we get to the end of G. At this point, Tokaha has moved to Paris to get away from her
Now-
Cardfight and her brother's shadow.
What? To get away from Cardfight and her brother's shadow? Her brother's shadow, she kind of already did that, and Cardfight, she's here to grow the community. Off rip of the actual his, it's even hilarious because it's like, oh my goodness, he had the opening, and still managed to miss the, still missed it. Oh my goodness.
She's trying to become her own woman and expand her horizons. Until she meets a man, falls in love with him after spending less than 24 hours together, and completely reverts back into what she was doing before, all because this guy she barely knew died in a car crash. What in the name of Ozzy Dahaka was that shit? But don't worry, it gets worse. Reboot time!
Oh, was it in this section? Oh, it was this section. It really was this section. The moment I finally got broke through. Like he doesn't even what's even infuriating about this section is that he doesn't even go into detail about it. He literally just like, you know what? I ain't even gonna bother. Like here's the plot. Bye. Like didn't talk about how it resolved. Didn't talk about the context. Really just
So can we be perfectly honest? The person that Toka fell in love with was actually Ontario.
yeah.
Technically, it was Ontario.
So she didn't just fall in love with any random person. She fell in love with an actual unit.
And I think that's just it was more of a because the show doesn't connect because the show is trying because again the whole thing is like a card fight is what's happening on Prey. So do you think every single time you play a card, it's like you kind of think of like Digimon logic where time moves in a different way. So you could say that Ontario and Asha met, and because they have a connection to their vanguards, that's how it can sort of blossom.
Yeah.
Pun intended.
So it is kind of like this weird thing of like, you know, I don't know. I read the lore for Asha, the Asha stuff, but it's like, I don't know, like, I was confused like what they were trying to like do with Asha and lore, but that's a whole different story. But also like he didn't go into, he really just did that end of G, talked about the status of it, but didn't go into depth of like why it was bad. Like he just said, you know, it gets even worse. Move on to a different section of the whole show. it's like you can't talk about how her entire motive for getting in there. If he cared, he would have talked about Arc V. Just saying. We don't want to talk about Arc V. We just saying. But it's like easy as just like what on earth is happening here?
Literally could not finish Vanguard V, and it's all because of how Bushiroad bastardized Misaki. She is sexed up considerably, wears midriff-bearing tops, short, tight skirts all the time, and even makes a point of showing her high heels off to the camera. Misaki not being able to run because her clothes are too sexy is so out of character. It makes me wonder if the entirety of Season 1 was just a mass hallucination we all shared.
It must be to you, because you said just Season 1, but you're talking about Season 2, Season 3, Leisure Mate. Like, you're so focused on Season 1 that it's kind of like, well, what about her stuff in G?
I I will give a statement where he said that he does over sexualize Misaki.
Yeah,
Because
I will.
her character's not supposed to be focused on that, but they do. Well, I think it's because it was the era. 2017 was the era of every show needs to have boobs. If there's not enough boobs in our show, it's not gonna sell.
What's even hilarious is, and I can't believe I'm gonna say this. The funny thing is, they don't even have. They have less. They have shorter breasts than they did in the original. And yes, I looked, and I'm so upset at myself because I'm exposing myself in front of everybody. But it's like, you just look at the character designs, like a lot of the what's it called, the ultra outfits by design get rid of the cleavage for Suiko and Corden. Like, you look at Asuka and you look at Misaki, like, they're shorter than their thing. I literally just showed a picture.
Actually, if I remember, Asuka, they sort of, if I look at how it was mostly the stylized, they sort of scrunched her. She looks shorter, but she looks slightly curvier because it's how the lighting they got with the animation studio or the director, because of how like shinier everyone looks. They, like, for example, this picture of Emmy right here, because her hair is much more shiny and more like full, it allows like
it's much bigger than the original, so it's like, the lines and everything appear thing. I will say, like, I will agree, like, that one shot of Misaki, like, looking up and down is kind of like, but that's the only time in the entire show I think that's actually happened, outside of that one random Shin thing. But
or the moment where she's with Ren and they get the hugging Aichi. That's
all right,
where they
let's get to this.
Sexualize her. Yeah.
Where I gave up was in episode 20.
This is it.
Misaki jumps over the desk to protect Aichi from Ren. Cool. That's in character. Does she grab Aichi's hand and run? Push Ren away? Tell Ren to get out of her store? Stand between the two and challenge Ren to a card fight? Nope! She wraps her arms around Aichi and pulls him to her chest. And that's when I dropped the show.
Okay, so I feel like we're gonna have a debate about this one, because regardless, I don't think that's a reason to drop the show.
No.
I think the other reason is that the adaptation and the source material is booty cheeks, but I don't think it's that moment right there is the reason to drop the show.
No, I don't think. I think that's where Misaki's character kind of lacks, but I don't think it makes the show suffer. Certain characters like Aichi. Like, the problem with these series is it kind of hyperbolized everyone. Kamui's more annoying. Aichi's puts more virgin energy than ever before.
Well, I think the thing with Kamui is, like, he didn't have much to do at all.
But, like, every time he's on screen, it's mostly because of how they designed his face. He seems so much more aggressive than he needs to be.
Yeah, that is. But
fair. Like, they gave Aichi the most virgin energy possible. Like, every single 5 seconds, literally in the intro, he's half naked. He's half naked.
Yeah, it's just like, hey.
Misaki, they overly sexualize her. Kai, they make him.
Hold on.
Angst.
Let's
start. Also make him smile, which is weird.
Well, first off, equal opportunity, because we literally have a section, I think in the high school arc continued, or like some point right before the Psychology Zombie arc starts, where we literally just get full on naked Ren with a censoring of his penis.
That was amazing, though. But that's amazing. The whole point of Ren is oblivious to everything. I swear he has autism, and I have autism too, so I'm not like insulting someone from it. He doesn't understand the social cues. He's at his friend's house. Oh, I can just walk out without wearing pants. Cool.
Yeah, rock out with your cock out. with your blasted dark out.
I do find Miwa having a thing for Suiko, because all I think is Yosuke from Persona 4, who has a nurse fetish, and Suiko plays Angel Feather, aka nurses, so it works. But the problem is they made Miwa he's a horn dog for not wrong word. He's literally that they turned him into Morikawa for like his obsession with Korin, like for no reason. Like he's always talking about how cute a girl is.
I can see
In the
that.
original Miwa is just he's the broske. He's just the bro.
He's the broske part rather than the controversial part of Yosuke.
where
It's like
he's homophobic. You mean?
it's the two halves finally merging together. The plot of Vanguard V hinges on Miwa being a horn dog from Misaki. What are you talking about, Judo?
He's not.
What
He's
are
a
you
horn dog
talking
for
about?
every cute girl. He's a horn dog for Isuka, Suiko, and Misaki. Even Asuka. Like barely, but just like a little bit. It was
Yeah.
you know, why the fuck was Miwa fighting Asuka? Why not Misaki or anyone else?
I forgot the context of the episode. I'm not gonna lie.
I think it was really
I'm not
because
gonna
she
lie.
insults Misaki.
Outside like the major points outside the major points in like the NWO arc, I've kind of like wiped most of the original first 50 episodes of V from my mind.
I mean, also there's the fact that it was pointless, and the Koshin arc was just literally there. It existed.
The Koshin arc wasn't even real. It's more so it's like, well, we kind of want to do these 7 episodes that set up our idol spin. I just realized that.
Wait, are you talking about the Bermuda Triangle
No,
series?
I'm talking about how the first 7 episodes of the high school arc, you know, we're talking about like the Kai backstory, and then Ibuki was versus Suiko. How that, you know, Suiko round 2, how that basically all came back into if.
Idol part is me. That's a magical girl, not idol. So I got
Yeah, magical girl. My
the
bad.
Bermuda Triangle show.
No.
Does anyone ever? Everyone knows it exists, but no one knows it exists.
No. But I knew it was like, oh Lord. The moment I saw like, oh God, no one's gonna remember it except one person. And then when I saw their top 5 worst anime of that year, and I saw it was number 4 on that list, I'm like, yep, he the only one who would have known about it. He would only would know about it because of his past history with card game anime. So yeah, well, 2 people, but definitely that man putting it at number 4.
I just couldn't take it anymore. And I would not be surprised to learn if some of the female fans felt the same way. I know that all of V is based on the manga, but the manga is shit. And I don't care. They could have changed it, they could have fixed it, or they could have just done something new. Speaking of something new, does the Nita Shin arc do any better?
Let's stop right there. So, you know, he's completely right. Like that manga was basically, because according from what I remember the story, the manga was basically, let's just do like a short retelling of the original series, and then Akira
first.
Huh?
The manga did come first. It's sort of like kind of like a Full Metal Alchemist original thing. If I remember correctly, the game's creation with Bushi Road and the manga were at the exact same time.
Yes.
The anime came very shortly after. So then at that point, the manga and the anime, that's why they have the same thing of Kai meets Aichi, etc., etc. And then they kind of break off into their own things,
they
like
break off into their own thing. So it's kind of like, you know, what happened there. Somebody just didn't add up.
It was also because you could sort of in the original series you could infer things from the manga, like Ibuki's character. You can feel like the manga was part of it, but it was not really essential.
Yes.
It's because the problem, like Different Fight said, is that the manga was all right, but it does not work well as an anime because, especially when they had to promote a new gimmick, which didn't exist in the actual game, and also because in the manga, cards just had abilities. They didn't have like there weren't any rules about them. They just this one does this because you. That's why.
Yeah, because you could just read like because you were able to read what the card did. So it's like skill activate, do that, and it's just like
No,
it kept.
What I mean is like some like for example, New Bell has 4 different effects. Technically, it has its anime effect, it has its original effect, and it has its B effect. Or when I say anime and manga,
Yeah.
like they're all different, like slightly different, and because it was used for like oh no, but you can't do this. And the person loses.
Yeah.
It's how
It's
how the structure of
it's
reading works is versus the animation.
It's Ito's like connection to Yu-Gi-Oh and how the
From
manga
Yu-Gi-Oh!
usually
R.
happen. It's like he got some of that from Takahashi.
Yeah.
That's the Takahashi talking. So okay, let's
Oh. Oh no. I was actually excited about Eska going in. She looked to be this intimidating, shrewd businesswoman with no scruples. An awesome bad guy. Too bad she spends most of the series run not in a suit, but in bikinis and skin-tight catsuits. Oh boy, do the animators love drawing her in that shit. The way the camera treats Eska makes me physically nauseous. There's even this implied thing between Eska and Shin, even though he's...
The stripe thing was was a little much.
the what?
The Halloween thing where she's wearing the leopard
Oh,
V bikini, that was a little excessive, especially how they had to have a shot from the legs up.
that is true, but it also
But again, her whole character, like what Judah just said, is that her character is that she's like kind of like a Bayonetta character. She's fine of her sexuality. I don't care. I'm a confident woman.
yeah, which is like that's also like some things people like talk about like how like women in series like should also be proud of their sexuality too, right?
Which again, like I said earlier,
I think the issue is more so like I think the issue is more like Shin's been de-aged to a 17-year-old boy, but so it's kind of like the ethical thing there.
Asuka's only like 9. Isn't Asuka only like 19?
I forgot. Let's see. Gonna have
like,
the gonna have the
old.
It's Kahibino.
But no, it's mostly because her like how they have her character set up is that she doesn't care about her. That's what I mean. Like some of the things aren't fully complete because they kind of like stopped updating the wiki for a long time.
Yeah,
okay.
I was hoping like something there once.
But we'll tell us your blood type because that's important.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll get your old blood type, got your thing, but we can't tell you what your age is.
But
I mean, I think that's also kind of. I think it's also the thing of like you don't know how old she is, so it's kind of like.
Which is the kind of the point.
Yeah.
She looks good. Like she's 20. The original D is technically like 10 years later or 5 years later, and Asuka still looks good. So that's the whole point. But like I said, if you've seen Lupin the Third, Asuka's basically Fujiko Mine. She's attractive, she's smart, and she's skilled. She knows what she's doing. I do think the leopard thing was a little much, though.
I mean, yes, but on the side note, I do like that episode mostly because it gave me one of my favorite scenes, which is when Shin realizes, wait, that's just Eska, and then Mikuru's face in that scene is so great. It's just like I have that as like emote, like there's emotes like in like the subreddit Discord and Living Proofs Discord that are literally just that scene, and it's like great.
Like half her age. Now.
Yeah, no, she's not like double. Considering that we have to skip 15 years later, she's like okay, like no, she's not half her age.
I recognize that sexy body from anywhere.
Important part of this segment. Why does any of this matter? Who cares if the main girl is sexy? What does that matter? fan service is fun service. As we talked about earlier, Aichi is such a fantastic character because of how easy it is to relate to him.
Okay,
For the
keep going.
audience to grow with him. So who do you think young girls watching these shows are meant to click with? The female lead. It's so important to have a positive character for young minds to connect with, bond with, and grow with in these shows.
That is true.
If the character that represents those young girls is treated as nothing more than a Barbie doll to make goo-goo eyes at the boys, that is bad.
Okay, that is fair. That is completely fair. But then again, we're talking about the same series.
Sika's also not the main character.
Yeah, she's not the main character, but he's also talking about a little girl or like a young teen, a young adult needs someone to look up to. So why did Misaki's outfit change Misaki as a character? Why did
it did sort of like?
I mean, yeah, it's
the Misaki of the original series and the V series. They're the same but different. There's small differences that make it different.
Small differences, but I don't think anything changed just because she decided, I'm going to, wear a crop top and a jacket and go to work. Go to work one day. That was literally one day. Every other time she's either in like something else or she's in her school uniform, which literally has her like in a long skirt with with the slit on the side because you gotta move.
Ironically, doesn't she get crap because her skirt's too long or something? Surprisingly,
I don't remember.
Or is it because it's like I know the student council gave her crap because her tie isn't tied.
Yeah, they gave her crap.
Either she has a split in her skirt or it's too long. It's one of the two. Which is weird. They're gonna give her crap because it's too long. I think it's more of like because they're thinking of it in a safety sense. It's too long. You're gonna trip. Someone's gonna get hurt, and then the school's gonna look bad because we have to be the best there ever was.
Oh yes, that's right. He says all this while having clips of Mikuru in the background. Basically the actual Masaki of the show.
Yeah, it's Mikuru.
Yeah, it's like you have. It's like what is this? You have.
I think it's because Mikuru doesn't play. Like people watching are supposed to identify with the person who plays. Like, does anyone identify with people? I don't feel like anyone identifies with
long skirt was still against regulations. Wait, say it again.
The girl that works the Team Caesar, Yuri. Like, I don't know a lot of people that identify with Yuri or like.
Yeah, it's like shoot, that's right. Like Yuri, we have Yuri, we have Mai, we have Emmy. I know Emmy doesn't really get a lot of screen time, and she's kind of like the token little sister character. She's still
sister character.
But she's but she still kind of counts in a way. We still have.
Well, she's the queen of crits. Like that's her character. She's the queen of crits.
Who else do we have? We have Tokuha's like a Ayame, Tokuha's friend. We have Kumi. Like people love Kumi. She's like one. I know a lot of people that just like love her. And then oh yeah. Based on 10th Century Art, Bishiro counts as a main character. Oh, Mikuru? Oh yeah. She is technically a main character. She's on the screen more than she. Like the amount of people were kind of upset. Like, oh man, why come X didn't get these? Like, oh, Emmy. Oh, that's true. Who is more?
Oh, that's where it's from.
What's from?
I because there was a card, Dragonic Overload the Turnabout. I'm like, wait, oh, it's from the manga Vanguard Turnabout, which is like apparently just it's like I think it was like a one shot of just like Gaiard and Kai just randomly playing after the end of Legion 8.
Oh yeah. Oh, you meant Emmy. Yeah, she is. She's a main character, but that's
because of if.
yeah, because if. But then again, Mikuru is the main character, and Sister Cat's the main character too.
Well,
By that
Assistant
definition,
Cat has been in every single he has been in every single season.
in some form, whether
Yeah.
it's him or his kids,
Or his
Or-
kids.
you know, those two little kittens that are in Car Capital too.
Yeah.
But yeah. So it's like there's so many like definitions of like strong female like characters in Vanguard itself that just that you know one decided to show some belly one day. Okay, that's cool. Like, have you seen what some of these kids wearing now,
Oh yeah,
bruh?
not anymore since I don't
Like-
go outside
Like,
anymore.
no, like you know what I mean? Like, no pedophilia in here. Nah, you deal kids, get out. but you know, just the style
Oh yeah,
and what they do.
Yeah. He's
Like-
ignoring the Yuri pairing.
Oh,
Luna
and Om.
By the way- by the
Literal
way,
lesbians.
Can we just say the dub butchered by calling her Arm?
I mean, there's some questions about that. How like things are. I don't know. I with the sometimes I know about how you know how dubs have to like. Sometimes dubs do it because
Sometimes
you
they don't know. So, like if you watch Kill la Kill, the dub, they pronounce Senketsu as Senketsu because that's technically how the Japanese would pronounce it, but it's spelled Senketsu.
yeah I know you know we talked about Persona earlier. It's like I know like people got into like the pronunciation names, and I remember like voice actors came out. I was like, yeah, because that's what the client asked us to do.
Oh,
Like-
Sakamoto versus Sakamoto.
Yeah, like Japan themselves said, Alice Japan said, this is how you pronounce it. Probably because it's just, you know, I would argue it's much more faster. Like it's easier to like move on the limb.
And it's a tomato
Yeah,
thing.
tomato, potato.
I'm mostly saying it's when this guy says, "Oh, when Vanguard stopped being great," I do think that the G was the start of the dub being a little lacking. I think once they started calling retire retreat in the dub, it started getting worse and worse because it's like you called it retire. The card game says retire. The Japanese says the word retire. Just say retire. Why do you have to say force it to retreat?
Yes, I'll admit like the
They started
quality
trying to force-
started
they call it
falling
complete
and
guard.
falling. There's some good moments, but like I admit like I go back to the original dub like, you know, for the time it came out, you know, this ain't bad. This ain't that
It
bad.
does have
It has-
does have 2012 kids dub, but it also does have Lucas Gilbertson and Lucas Gilbertson's amazing.
Yeah. Okay, so where are we on this video?
I'm sure
Talking
that
about
some folks
because
add
sexuality
more
or
than a
something.
Yeah,
Barbie
okay.
doll.
Let's go back here.
Make goo goo eyes at the boys. That is bad. I'm sure that some folks don't even fully realize that not having representation for them is why they just couldn't get into these kinds of shows as a
The
kid.
biggest issue is that he
But-
chose the wrong example for his agenda.
It's undeniable that
Making
it's a
goo
factor
goo
as to
eyes
why
at the
those kinds of
viewer,
shows as a kid.
Isuka never does
But-
that.
Yeah, no. In fact,
The
the
closest to
the
goo
whole
goo guys is the girl who likes
yeah, she's not
Like, it's
sexualized.
undeniable
Nanami's not sexualized either. She's. I mean, like depending
Oh,
on
I
who
heard
you.
fucking cat.
Yeah, she likes cats. Like she likes cats, and if she's like googling like, "Oh, I'm so cute," it's because she's petting a cat. she ain't out here trying to strip for the one time. It is kind of like, you know, the more like female characters come into your mind, the more you remember. Oh yeah, oh yeah. It's weird how he's like put out these like two moments, and it's like, I understand the reasoning, but his execution on his argument has started to fiddle out so fast. It's actually kind of insane.
But it's a factor as to why women just don't play card games. Not to mention, the shows treating girls like this are just going to reinforce that creepy and gross attitudes that many hardcore gamers, TM, have towards women.
Oh, you know what? There is something he doesn't do, despite the fact that like it's also like wide open. I love how he's talking about like sexualization of these characters, but he doesn't want to go to the fact that like a lot of there are literally 6, 7, 8. There are about like 9 idols in this franchise. And considering the idol culture in Japan, the fact that he didn't even go into that route is kind of like, well, you just wasted another point there, sir. In your argument against sexualization of women. That's a pretty important.
Sexualization is a very interesting thing because it's how Japan does it versus how America does it, / Canada, and Europe.
Yeah, but it's still something that could have been brought up and helped his argument, which is not really argument that we point out. It's like it's really just a bias that is diluted the entire thing.
Wow, that was really heavy. Let's go back to G Season 1 and talk about something funny. Part 15. Wait, how is Kanzaki the villain?
This makes no sense. Like, why are we going all the way? Why are we going all the way back here?
I don't like Kanzaki just because he started a trend on Cardfight area. Weakness is a sin. I'm never playing it. You are weak because you got sick.
Oh no!
And the only reason people really love Kanzaki is because he's voiced by Dio. But the point is, Kanzaki was a bad guy, and afterwards he was supposed to be a joke. It's hey, you got Dio's voice actor. Let's make him be ridiculous and ride up a building on a fucking horse.
You know what the issue is with this segment? He's speaking with your serve cadence of a goddamn PBS commercial. No, you don't know why you do this.
Stop it. Get some help.
Kanzaki did nothing wrong. I'm right.
Alright, stream's over. Goodbye, guys. This man really doesn't say Kanzaki did nothing wrong.
Everyone else is wrong. Listen to me. Fuck you. So Kanzaki runs the Pokemon gym, but for card games, right? It offers all these classes, a workout facility, food and shit. It's dope. And it's for people who want to get good. The
Pokemon gym of card games?
On getting
Yes, he said the Pokemon gym of card games.
good at the game is framed as a bad thing in this show, but like,
I don't even call it gym. I call it Pokemon
if you don't
competitive
like it
scene of card
there,
games.
no one's
Like, you know
stopping
where you have to
from
like
leaving.
grind for the EVs and IVs, and then like just like go waste your time.
Yeah, it's like, hey, you're trying to get good at card games. That's cool. But why are we... Look, what is this? It's the YMCA.
Remember Kamui's Kamui's practice where he used to draw a card when they were on vacation?
Yeah.
I don't understand why in card game anime they have like physically working out to make you good at cards. I do understand actually the theory. It's kind of like how
I mean,
esports players being physically fit and active, it allows your brain to function.
Yeah, I mean, it is basically like, you could at least with Kamui is like, oh, actually with all this
for Kamui, it's just staying in a mindset. It's that this weird anime. Oh, I believe I'll draw it, so I'll draw it. But like this like rigorous training course thing, and like I never understood why that is the thing in anime, but then realized like esports players do have to like work out because being physically fit can help your brain.
It's a different thing with an esport, right? Like, because for esports, right, for hold on, give a second. It's different for like a sport, right? Because like you spend like hours on hours training in like football or basketball just to play a 60-minute game and then go home. 60-minute game. Well, for football, it's like you play 17 weeks, then you basically go home and rest your body, but you're constantly like going into the gym constantly and do it, right? Esports, esports is even different because unlike uh regular sports where you're allowed to like breathe in air, uh get like muscle tone, get yourself healthier, carb normal diet. I know this because like I've seen a bunch of like league players. Like you're basically like drinking energy drinks. You're having to get yourself worked up. You got to keep the stamina because you're basically practicing non-stop. I know what is it like the normal like day for a league player is like, well, league player mostly like in general is like you have like 4 or 5 hours of scrims with your whole team, and then you have to go get something to eat, and you basically spend like 6 hours streaming solo queue. You're constantly going, as opposed to a card game. Difference with this is like, as opposed to a card game, you don't really need all that. You just need to make sure you ain't gonna die in an 8-hour tournament one day. Like, you gotta make sure you got homies, you got some water, you got something to eat ready to go.
Don't scarf down 13 cheeseburgers.
Yeah, it's like you gotta have a plan. You gotta have like a small plan. Like, especially like even if you like O2 drop, like you O2 drop, I guess we'll go explore wherever the tourney is. Right, we'll go explore the tourney, get something to eat, come back. If any of our friends still there, we'll probably bring them something to chomp on too. Right, it's a different way than just like whatever the heck Kanzaki was doing.
Yeah.
So that's why it's like Kanzaki was looked at as the bad guy, because Kanzaki is basically
he's basically the cooler version of an aggressive gym coach.
Yeah.
Multiple times.
Look, dude literally passed out.
Let's all be friends.
Then got smacked.
Pussies, less than an hour's train ride away. Y'all can just go there if you don't like it. We see people do that. So how does training?
And how does this work? They literally doing the pledge. They literally pledging their loyalty to some card game. That's crazy. And you're saying Kanzaki did nothing wrong because they can leave?
Program works is that if you lose,
the thing is, because how he says weakness is a sin. Think of it in like an abusive relationship.
Yeah.
You're essentially you leave. It's psychological.
Mm-hmm.
You go in because you think you'll get better, because of it's kind of just how like bad work environments are. You're essentially, you can't leave, otherwise you'll be like ostracized.
Yes, it is abuse. It may be a different style of abuse, but it's still their style abuse, but it's still abuse. These kids ain't getting paid. Like, I don't remember Tayo coming home with $10,000.
Well, maybe he does. Who knows?
I don't know. We ain't seen his crib. It's like he low key got the Tatsuya money.
The thing is where he got a white streak in his hair from stress, and then next month, and then like 2 months later, it's gone.
Yes, he literally went gray for this.
Does seem crazy in the real world. This is anime world we're talking about.
I mean, I would say he's only like 15, so or like
wait,
16,
hold on. I want to go back here.
While this does seem crazy in the lose, you need to repeat your fundamental lessons. While this does seem crazy in the real world, this is anime world we're talking about. Tournaments are best of one, and everyone is just okay with that. Of course, things are going to be a bit over the top and cartoony. It's a cartoon. So.
Oh, but you upset. He literally just said that the effectively abuse, and the fact that you have to start all over again, get the fundamentals. Like, okay, start over again, get the fundamentals, that's fine. But not when you're literally training for a UFC match against Conor McGregor. Like, that's this man is built different. There's something in him. Like, oh my goodness.
We're talking about the fact Kanzaki can climb up walls.
Ooh, I mean, I'm talking about this man, Speed Robo's mentality of he's upset that Misaki had a midriff. I'm paraphrasing here because when we need to move on.
That's over sexualizing.
But that's over sexualizing.
This is anime. This is fun.
But this is anime where kids can be training like it's like Kanzaki's Dana White, and they train to fight in the UFC tournament, but it's only for a card game. And then it's like, oh, weaknesses, being literally told weakness is a sin, and if you lose, you gotta start all over again. Get back to it. And you're saying, well, it's anime. Well, oh man, I would never show him Attack on Titan. I would never show him some like Code Geass. Oh my god. Shoot.
What, you mean Vanguard Overdress?
No.
Funny original joke right there.
I fell in that one, I won't lie. It's like, show him Darling in the Franxx.
Franxx was like where they wanted to go Kill la Kill meets Gurren Lagann and then just gave up halfway through.
See, it was hilarious because, like, that. It's even hilarious because, like, that manga is still better because when it was written by a whole. Imagine the person who did basically hentai say, you know what, I'm gonna take your series and write a better ending than you could. But that's.
Oh my god! Now I'm imagining. So you know how like Hellsing was written by a hentai writer?
No, I didn't know.
Imagine like your Overdress. The next series that like Vanguard, the director is like a former hentai writer, and it's not though, and it's the most child-friendly thing in the world. That would be hilarious.
Yeah, that'd be hilarious. All right, so where were we?
So yeah, if you fail at a higher level, it just makes sense that you have to go back and practice your fundamentals again. That's just good training. Kanzaki's motto, weakness is a sin, is something that I unironically like. When he says this, he's not saying losing is a sin, even though most people read it that way. What he's really saying is that giving up is a sin.
What? No, he didn't.
This is most clearly shown after Team Demise
he literally cried, screaming at a person who was technically beating him is weak because he knew that the person was just getting lucky.
Kanzaki called him weak. I fucking love it.
Like, weakness is a sin is fine, but this man is bastardizing the definition to make a point of Kanzaki did nothing wrong. And he's trying to, and spoilers for everybody involved, he's trying to basically do it to turn it around on Chrono, because he's going to a point where he talks about when Chrono basically has to get, Chrono's like worried for his friend that is doing all this crazy stuff, and says, you know what, I need to get you out of there, but I don't want to be like, mean about it, so I'm going to take you to the music park, we're going to go have fun, we're going to chill, and he's going to use that to flip the fact that Chrono beats the dog trainer. By the way, yeah, in case you haven't watched G, the people Kanzaki uses to do all that stuff are known as dog trainers.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you gotta love him downplaying someone who's literally brainwashing a bunch of children for the sake of winning in a card game. And the only thing about the sake of winning a card game is really because he wants to get to the pen card because he got traumatized because Ryuzu beat his ass 10 ways to Sunday. It's because he was weak that he's like, you know what, I need someone who's gonna be strong enough to get this card so I can go back and beat that dude.
And then I'm gonna go into the mountains.
And then it's like, well, I lost. I lost to someone who might have actual power. I'm gonna just dip and train, and we don't see him again for a whole season. We have to search his behind out, and he doesn't want to come for the run back. He doesn't want the run back. Like, this is the same character who refused Chrono and Tayo until like you saw like there was a nice guy in there just still, kind of an asshole. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like he's going to do that round because like Chrono beat a dude to the point where he was crying because the rules that Kanzaki had done and the abuse, because that's what it was, abuse that Kanzaki had basically mentally like strained these kids' minds. He's going to use it and say, "Oh, Chrono's a bad person because he took his friend who wanted to go train away because and then beat somebody to the point where they start to cry." He's gonna use the vilify Chrono again. I'm spoiling for you right now because it's stupid.
There's this whole scene.
Literally, next scene.
Tayo is going to Kanzaki's gym. He's peer pressured to ditch his classes and dick around at an amusement park with Chrono. While at the park, one of Kanzaki's personnel finds Tayo and says, "Oh good, I found you. You missed your classes. Let's go get those done." Kanzaki and his security team were such upstanding citizens that they noticed a young child didn't show up for classes that he signed up for. Kanzaki then dispatched said security team to find the kid and make sure he was okay and not kidnapped or dead. Genuinely great guy.
Judo, I need you to go back, rewatch that scene.
Bullies the security guard so badly that the grown man breaks down into tears. What the fuck, Chrono? Why are you such an asshole, and why are there no consequences for your actions?
Richard?
Hello? This scene right here, I think that's like... There's an English poll. Oh, I see.
He's up.
Wait, hold on. You're cutting out. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, I saw it. You there?
Same. Were you saying me?
Yeah, I was saying you because you were kind of cutting out, so I was like,
No, I thought someone else was talking.
oh no.
No, they're saying upstanding people. He has signed up for a class. He didn't show up. Think of it like college. If you don't show up, they're not. The only reason they would send a actual person out for you is if you are a repeat troublemaker. Think of it like that. There's like, I'm reminded of an episode from The Fairly Odd Parents where like the truant officer or whatever hunted him down because he skipped school. But that's because it's a cartoon and the whole troublemaker shit. This is you sign up for a thing, you didn't show up. Oh, you didn't? Well, we're gonna hunt you down. Normal people wouldn't care unless it's a repeat.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, that's it. It's like it's a difference because like Timmy left school. Yeah. This was optional, and they hunted your ass down.
And how they set up, and because of how Vanguard does the system, they don't vilify Chrono because they literally give this guy a Mega Colony deck. And Mega Colony is literally supposed to be supervillains. They are evil. That is their point. Giving someone a Mega Colony deck basically just means they're supposed to be a bad guy. I mean, the guy with the white hair from the original series, he was just kind of like, he was the thing, but specifically in G because they were evil mutant deities. So it fits.
Yeah, it's like so. It's like, well, why don't they like going out with consequences? Like, what consequences? Like, what is the consequence? The consequence is that his relationship with Tayo is kind of screwed up because Tayo looks at him as a bad person because
Later on, Tayo gets good at the game and makes friends at Kanzaki's gym. When Tayo goes to introduce his new friends to Chrono, what does Chrono do?
listen here, his new friends. I don't know any friend that rubs his hands like he about to get paid. Like, what?
You know, that's what we call brown eyes. You know that this kid is like
Congratulate
somehow
his little buddy
Tayo
on
is
getting
actually
good.
like beating these people up.
Introduce himself to the
Like,
other.
Honestly, I wish I could just make a whole video on this scene, this whole section alone. This whole section alone finally just basically says, I give up. Truth is, I hate G. I can't stand G. G can suck it. G can suck it like the poo the Bushiroad gonna take. Like, it's just like, you've officially revealed that your bias is so strong, you've made a joke of an actual issue. Yeah, it's grooming. He's basically doing grooming, like non-sexual grooming. Like, this is
Grooming doesn't it usually implies sexual, but it usually is. It's basically that you do this. It's a lot of how like other people in like that guy with the glasses suffer from. I don't know if it specifically was Doug Walker or if it was just people behind the scenes were doing this whole. So if you want to get this, you're gonna have to do this.
It was, I believe, it was people behind the scenes.
From what I know about Doug, is Doug's just an oblivious idiot.
Yeah, Doug just was dumb. So, but yeah, it's like he's
Other kids.
Alright, so let's see this again.
Tells Tayo that no one else can be Tayo's friend but Chrono. Or D invites everyone over to the place where he plays. If you answered C, you win! And once again, there's absolutely no repercussions for this. Why? Because Chrono's good at the game. That's why. Everything's forgiven if you just win all the time. Wait a second. Isn't that what the villain of this season is supposed to stand for? Huh. But hey, at least it gets worse.
That is... It's not... This is why people who... This is why when people do this and talk about G like this, it's like, you completely missed the point. Like, even if you don't like G, or any of the seasons later things, like, it shows you missed the point about all of that, to me, and it's like, oh no. Oh, and I think I remember this part, too. Like, this is...
Part 16. I give up.
No, you gave up long ago.
I don't have a whole lot to say about Gears Crisis, because nothing really happens in this season. It's just try 3 curb stomping the previous series cast over and over again. Like, they didn't have to win every single...
Literally, Shion loses his entire family fortune because he got sacked in a draft game, and then Kai gets steamrolled by Kai with every version of Overlord, and then Kai's like, "You need to man up." Hands him his Asia Circuit jacket, and he's like, "All right, I'm gonna act all like Kai does," and now I'm a pass. He literally punched the dude.
Just like, oh, nothing happened. The amount of, oh my goodness.
No, I will.
It really is just like he's just really saying more like, I didn't care. It's not saying nothing happened. He's like, I don't care.
Gears Crisis and Stridegate are basically the same series. There's nothing really different.
Yeah,
they're basically, it's one leads to the other. They're not. It's not like how Asia Circuit and Link Joker are 2 different seasons. Yeah. It's part 1, part 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they even the episode count of
they combine the episode now.
Yeah, the episode counts. It's like Yeah, so it's like to
Gears. No, it's Stride Gate and Stride Gate Endgame.
Single branch challenge, but they did. Because what are stakes when you're the Gear Chronicle Singularity? Or whatever. Stride Gate.
like what states when you're gear comes that doesn't mean anything.
That is what I said about Chrono. That was the
Yeah.
problem. A lot of Chrono felt like his story was just writes itself because everything revolves around him.
Which is okay. I see what you mean now, but like I do kind of laugh at the fact that all the times Chrono's just also like, man, I just want to play some card games, man.
Yeah.
I just
Oh, no,
I finally.
It's not Chrono's character. It's not Chrono
It's
as in his personality.
the importance.
The significance of him.
It's I think I hate saying this, like it's the MacGuffin part of Chrono, not him as a character.
Yeah.
And like
again, like the original series, Aichi was not the pivotal point. Kai plays a big role, and so does everyone else.
But it's like,
in G, it's Chrono, and everyone's along for the ride because technically, Chrono's connection to Chrono Jet, Altmile and Asha and Toka and Chion are kind of there.
It is kind of like it is what is it? It is like I say, like G Next is. I mean, Strike Gate should have been like the end of Chrono's story because it's the most connected piece, right? It involves him. It's a story about him and his family, about his past, about understanding everything. The antagonist has a goal that, regardless of ethicality, is an actual compelling is actually compelling antagonistic idea rather than since Ren. Because Ren was just like, I want power because power's gotten me, what I want.
It's gotten him respect.
It's gotten power because I didn't have that.
Well, that's what I mean about how you can infer the manga with the characters. You don't know why Ren acts like he does in the original series, but in the manga it's because his father abused him.
Yeah.
So you can sort of say that his whole thing of, wow, I have respect, I have authority. You could sort of assume that part of the manga is still part of his character. And then just power is a very and control are a very greedy thing in senses because the more you have, the more you want more.
Which is why it's like that doesn't work for me with Leon, which is like, is like, I want to resurrect the clan. It's like, so does, and I hate to say, like, so does your Aqua Force not work?
Yeah, does it not work?
Like, it's like you basically tried to end the world just because you were underaged and couldn't finish it, like help out with the rest of your clan. It's like, okay, this is
because the Soryu and the Aqua Force clan are not the same, but they're the same, but they're not. And he says he's going to revive the clan. Do we meet anyone from the Soryu tribe other than Leon, Charlene, and Jillian at all?
Yes, it's like
he's revived the clan. We've never seen anyone.
Yeah, it's like, okay, it's like, and it's like he's the only Soryu by name.
Yeah, and technically,
so it's like,
if to be specific, Jillian and Charlene are Chinese.
Yeah, they aren't even part of his clan. So it's like,
if Chen is supposed to be like a Chinese name, like because they're supposed to be in the other Asian parts, Singapore, etc.
Yeah, so it's like, at that point, I'm just like, it's the other things like, I'm a little kid, I don't know any better. I could have just waited 5 years.
You could have bred with the two people you're best friends with.
Yeah, it's like, shoot. It's even hilarious. Yeah, it's like, one of them literally will die for you.
The other one just goes along for the ride.
Like, you only need one. You only need
Charlene's just like kind of.
Like, it's even more hilarious because because the first Zero bridal thing is Jillian and Shirley.
Well, no,
It's literally like they knew Shirley, like they couldn't
it's because in June it's a thing common in Japan.
Yeah, I know,
Like,
but it's like
they like the outfits, and they just lumped Shion in, and he's like, I guess I'll wear this.
So it's also just like, one, why are they the first ones when like there was literally artwork of Misaki and Korin in bridal outfits like a year before for an actual official playmat. So it's like, I know that
that'll probably be this year. Or no, if it's Korin and Rati, because by the time it comes in IMDb, we're actually should be at Legion Mate.
I could repopulate my clan by force of will or avoid getting cooties. No. Oh my god.
The series Leon would say that because
that Leon is, some of those Leons, the change is literally just like cause we literally didn't have anything for y'all to do in that original manga adaptation. So bye.
Is where the show and the game just gets completely derailed and they never really recover. I already talked about what a terrible idea bumping up the G-Zone was, so let's just talk about the anime. Yeah, just like with V-Series, there's a distinct moment that I can pinpoint where I said, that tears it, I'm done. It was episode 32. In this episode, a monster card comes to life and punches Ibuki into a stone statue so hard that it explodes. In the following episode, Ibuki just shrugs it off and goes on a bazooka card chase. This, ladies and gentlemen,
shrugs it
is
off.
To ensure that your story has zero goddamn stakes or believability. This, ladies and gentlemen,
shrugs it off
so hard that it explodes.
No,
look right there. Look right there. Yeah, it's like, oh, abuse is fine, but
also
look right there. He has a cast. Yeah, he's a martial artist.
Well, not martial artist. I think he just works out.
No, he's a martial artist. We literally saw him in scenes in like the ending of.
Well, I meant like I thought like does he actually study or is it
yes,
more like self-defense?
He does.
Like,
he does study martial arts.
He probably has to live on himself.
He probably is like a self practitioner now, but it's like he's not.
It's presumably because he has to live. If going by V, he has to live on his own. Yo,
he's a black belt in judo. Are you saying that because that's your name? But yeah, he's a martial artist. So it's like, if it were like Mamoru, which Mamoru was also stuck in a hospital until the end of the season. Or like any other people who then just like drive around in a Tokyo Drift nonstop, then I say it's a problem.
You can also chalk it up to how Prey magic works is because
it's like Messiah be like
with the Messiah.
Yeah, it's basically like just Messiah just looks like you okay, Ibuki? Here you go.
You okay, Ibuki?
There you go. You're good. Dust him off.
It's an anime thing. Don't worry about
it. Yeah,
it's
like, no, but ain't it anime? What are you talking about? This is a serious show.
It's a serious show, but then it's an anime.
This is a serious show that does everything right, like the real world does. Wushu. This is Wushu. Oh, Wushu. Okay. That's interesting. So yeah, it's like Ibuki could survive that more likely than literally anyone else in that room.
Except maybe Raikuga or whatever his name was, the guy who fucking wrestles bears.
Yeah, it's like, and even he got hospitalized. So it's like,
but that can fucking wrestle bears.
There's only two people in that room who actually could survive that, and they were both in the same room. Mamoru literally takes a punch to the back to protect Tokaha and is gone. Basically had to restructure his.
Just a pretty boy.
Yeah, Mamoru was gone for 5 months, basically getting the biggest ice pack you could need.
Like, couldn't be an ice pack. It would kill his Kagero neck.
So it's like,
Yeah, he was
so
heat compressed.
so after all the stuff we did, including let's also remember. Let's go back all the way to the beginning. So in a series that has psychic powers, aliens that can take over people, someone really to create a moon base for no reason, remove the memories of his friends, and then give 4 people powers like he's Zordon. The moment you gave up on G was because they decided to have an initial D fight just after they found out where the main bad guy is. Like
Card games in sports cars.
Like because remember, he's also cutting out the context. The context is basically what the night after Ibuki gets smacked. Hey, Cardfighter, how you doing? But the night Ibuki gets smacked, was in a hospital. Chrono gets kidnapped by Ryuzu, who literally needs him to complete the Stride Gate. So when it's like, man, I need the main character to complete the whole thing. If you're the only other person who can go and get him, / the only one legal to drive, and your friend is in danger, would you not, danger of potentially ending the world, would you not just say, F it, I'll pop a Tylenol and I'll drive us? Like,
Took it, he's fine.
It's like, this is literally like the most sane thing. It's crazy because, to be honest, G is a fever dream on crack at times, but it's literally more understandable than the season he still considered great, which was Legion. Keep all of that in mind. That this man dropped the show twice because Masaki said,
By extra strength talent.
because Masaki didn't want, because Masaki wanted to protect Aichi, because I would say it's sort of like Masaki more so became more motherly than like a love interest.
That again, it also is because in the original series, Misaki was more of a big sis,
She was more
colleague.
She was a big sister.
She was a classmate. Well, they really forced she has a thing for Aichi.
Yeah, it's like she
I think there was a line in the original series where Shin makes some jab. But that's more just because Shin's being the fun uncle / guardian, where he's like, oh, did you find a guy you like?
Yeah, but it's like, we could still, debate whether that's like an actual relationship thing or like more of a motherly thing. But it's like, even then, like, that's not a reason to drop a series.
It's like the Korin, where every time Aichi was brought up next to Korin, there was always where they had to, like, who likes him more kind of thing.
The only possible game allowance going on for a potential segue after cringe video get considered would be what you personally want from the Overdress anime. Well, think about it. Hopefully, I think we're almost. No, we're not almost done. We'll get there. I forget. There's still one more there's still a good section, but so it's like that's the moment you drop V. But the moment you basically gave up on G was the one time in the entire series. Like, let's not forget, literally before this, what's her name? Luna basically gets gets brainwashed into summoning a giant buffalo robot. Which, by the way, I still like kind of the feel of that scene, because it's like you notice something's going on, but you just don't know until like you finally get to see Luna's eyes. It's just like, what happened?
Kind of funny that they knew that there were certain units they couldn't just call for these big moments. Like, could you imagine the same scene but with chronotherapy hamster?
Bro, that'd be
Just
wild.
destroy the building with a rat.
Imagine Mickey Mouse beating your ass. Like, hello, Chrono, time to die.
Like the only thing I'll say with G, but like with the
Oh.
TPs was when they were a big point of the card game or of the show, but the card game basically excluded all of them.
Oh yes, that just realized nobody brought up Kanzaki still having a job to Jet straight clocked him. That is true. The fact that Kanzaki didn't just smash into rubble after getting hit by a literal time dragon is kind of like that didn't make you drop it. Like, you were fine with that? You were fine with the horse scene? Like, did you fall asleep and didn't notice?
Well, no, it's just because it's Dio. Because I swear the things they gave that Kanzaki do was just because they got Dio's voice actor and they know it's Dio, so they had him just be weird because they knew that he could be memed.
Yes, that's basically it. And then what was it? And then the fact that Shion, the Richie Rich boy, proceeded to give the 10-piece combo to Shinonome in the middle.
That scene was amazing. It was amazing because Shinonome was designed to be the biggest fucking twat of the side of next door.
It's like it's like, and the only reason you pretty much know the only reason why he did that was because they're not gonna have Shion punch arm in a fight like that. That'd be too crazy.
It's violent. Well, that'd be violence towards women and even
yeah.
And you
it's
should
like
never
ever,
like to quote I forgot the comedian. You should never ever hit a woman till the 5th time she's cracked you in the face.
Okay. Yeah, like Shion's Batman, but it's like he didn't know that. It's like the person who literally took everything was right in front of him, and we're not for the fact that Shoma just like Shoma did egg him on, so it's like I don't know. We've gone off topic. I've just lost it.
Following episode, Ibuki just shrugs it off and goes on a bazooka card chase. This,
bazooka? What bazooka?
Ensure that your story has zero goddamn stakes or believability. We are not in an actual world anymore.
I think you need just like crazy.
Crazy? Well, in that case, everything we said still has reference.
No, that's what I meant. He didn't have a bazooka.
Bazooka.
Son of a bitch is dug in like an Alabama tick.
You're hit. You're bleeding, man.
I ain't got time to bleed.
Huh. Okay.
That's probably the only funniest joke ish.
Well, it's because he used editing.
Editing, yeah. All right.
Part 17. Cardfight dies. What's funny is that the only two things I actually liked about G show up right at the end. You know how in this world Cray is real and humans can ride units? Well, next in Z posit, what if units can ride humans? This is a really interesting concept with tons of potential.
Which, I'll agree with him there. The Diff Riders was a great concept that just didn't work.
That potential pretty much just goes to waste, and all the units that ride people that come to Earth are one-note baddies for Special Chrono to beat up with ease, just like always. But hey, on paper it was a good idea. The second thing I liked was how Darkface and Gridora were written. These two characters are both sentient insects, and they genuinely act like it. Gridora is the queen of the colony that Darkface is from. Therefore, Darkface views Gridora as a ruler
Darkface
and
is
mother,
the ultimate
while
sin.
also wanting to do
He is the ultimate sin.
Oh, we can't say it on Twitch right now.
We can't. But it's true. He's literally everything he does is for the queen. For our queen.
We should just call him the Jon Snow. that's what we call him from now on. But like
or Ugandan Knuckles.
But it's like he's also kind of right about this, and like people talk about like, you know, Gridora didn't get screen time. I'm like, what are you talking about? She literally got more screen time than Castile. Castile was sipping.
I think Gridora
I
is
think
the actual character.
Yeah, they were. I think they were also more talking about their fights, which is also like Gridora got
well,
two.
When you think of it, that makes sense. Well, when you think of it, it makes sense because the queen's not supposed to fight. They send their soldiers out.
Yeah, but it's like, you know, she still fought twice. She beat Arata, and then barely lost to Kamui. Like I still love that fight. I still love that Kamui Gridora fight. That was dope because she really just took what was it, winning champ? Yeah, it was winning champ. She took
these winning champ Victor.
3 winning champs to the face and still almost won. And it's just like that is amazing. And I'll even give Castile credit because he literally was just sipping tea. And he's like, you know what? I have a plan. And my plan is...
like that they did reveal that he is that he is technically relevant in D because he's Asuka's cousin.
Yeah.
Brother.
But it's like, you know, I do like the idea of him going, it's like, you know, I'm probably just going to kill this in the head right now. As his only fight being, I'm going to make a gamble of, I'm going to kill this in the head right now. Hey, let me just use the ability to just straight up kill somebody. And just, you know, try and take out Messiah right here and now from the Earth section. Which, I'll give him that. That was actually pretty raw. That was a good idea, just, you know. Just kind of got screwed over. And, you know, but also I say this, like, when people talk about Gridora and not getting screen time, it's like, what are you talking about? She literally got more character, more screen time. She had one of the best fights in the entire season / probably in all of G. It's like, I think they did her justice. You still saw the Egyptian rod for Shadow Game Kitsubuki. Okay, that is kind of funny. So, let's get back to this. Alright.
The nasty with it. This is exactly how human-level intelligent insects would act.
I don't know how you would know that, but okay.
And that's all the praise I can give. Chrono still acts like an entitled brat who doesn't
he's not inaccurate. Again, it's if those who study it might have known a little entomology.
Yeah, I know. I'm making a joke of like, I'm just making a joke just to do a little bash on him.
Respect anyone or anything around him.
Wait, what?
Acts like an entitled brat who doesn't respect anyone or anything around him. Forcing this guy who just wants to mind his own business and being a part of a team because... I don't really watch this final season because of the previous shit I mentioned. I'd also pretty much dropped the game by this point.
There it is. That's the final dagger of this whole thing is trash.
He is accurate. I'm guilty of it. Like I said, I have autism, so there's sometimes where I get really excited and I'll actually like touch someone's card and I'm like, oh god, afterwards.
Yeah, that.
But like it's a show. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's a show. Also, again, context. Chrono has basically been bored out of his mind for a good 5 months working at Card Capital, just learning, and hasn't really had anyone to fight since Shion is, you know, making money and Tokuha's in an entire different country. And he barely gets to see Kumi.
And he can't fight Kamui because Kamui is like, working.
Yeah, Kamui's working. He's working at the main store now. He's an entire different, like, other half of the city. So it's like, he's had one fight where he got beat, where he literally lost his first fight, and in the second fight he's doing a teaching game, and then he's actually kind of having fun, and then dude quits and dips. It's like, and he got too heated up. Because this is the first time he's been heated up in a while.
It's because of how Vanguard works. I find people's conceding to be very, very weak. There was a guy back. Do you remember the 16 crit Night Rose, or when the Night Rose Grade 1 Rush was going on, or Night Storm?
Yeah.
Someone was running 16 crit in a card tournament, and he's like, and I'm technically playing a deck that focuses on G, but I don't need to. I'm playing Overlord, and I get him 5. I deal less damage, and before he takes the 6 damage, just scoops. I'm like, dude, just do the game mechanic, card in, and lose.
Yeah, it is kind of like, it is kind of like a thing of just like, man, just take the damage. You still might even have a chance. Like, it was show like, you still have a chance.
But just Cosmo's just like, didn't care.
Also, like, he also did say he literally did not watch this. So he's taking actual clips. Also, I know that someone else helped him on this. So he's also getting outside support because he didn't watch the season. And he admitted, like, he basically dropped the game and, saw this. And, okay, guys, I'm warning you right now, because I remember, this is the moment. This is it. This is the moment where I finally just like, no, everything you said before this, with the exception of like the things you actually said are true, are good. Everything you said before this, you just actually said are true or good, is now invalidated, and everything you say future-wise is now wrong and invalidated for this reason.
The power creep was just insane. Every skill was completely free, the G-Zone was all that mattered, and if you didn't buy a case of the newest product, you could just go get fucked.
He was not wrong
Not
there.
a good time at all. Clearly, I'm not alone on this, as this final season of G was the straw that broke the camel's back, and the series got canned. It is objectively true to say that G was bad and a complete failure.
That is the biggest cap I have ever heard in my life. Man literally said...
And it literally ended!
Yeah, the story's over!
I will say GZ, like some people said, that it did end a little fast, because they really wanted to push.
But it was an actual ending.
But it did end.
We're not going to talk about his games right now, Cardfighter. That's a whole different discussion. But I'm talking about his content, this video right here.
I did major in game design, and I made a game that was kind of like, my big thesis was sort of basically Vanguard meets Fire Emblem Cypher meets Magic, like, and it has its strengths and weaknesses. It was kind of
Yeah, but it's like, most series don't even get endings. And I thought GZ's was, for all of its problems, a fine-ish ending. It needed to do what it needed to do. And I still love that extra turn episode, which is pretty fun. Like, people
trying to get Ruki to relax.
Yeah. That was fun, and then
here's more alcohol.
So, but him saying it was an objective. Here's the thing, though. Hold on, let me go back.
That are good. Jack broke the camel's back, and the series got canned.
No, it didn't get canned. How do you get canned when there's still product releasing? You're about to go into, this is when the reboot happened. So it's like this was planned.
It's the same.
At easily a year in advance.
They felt rushed. That's because they were trying to really put. They
Yeah,
wanted to get over with
it's
the
Legion Mate. It's Legion Mate, but Kadani wanted to try and take some things from Magic the Gathering and see how that worked. Because I remember reading an interview about him coming to the West, coming to like card shops, looking at Magic and how it was able to survive so long. He said, "Okay, we can probably try that or try and figure out something to do." As well as Akira Ito want to try and do his have his manga updated, so have his manga translated. So it's like it came together. It's like, okay, we'll do that. We'll make a new format. We'll effectively reboot, but that was in advance. Like GZ was still going, and cards were still being released. I remember we got the news of the reboot. I think right around the time we got
It was like right before the Gizeh pack I think was released in English.
Yeah, it was before the Divine Dragon Apocrypha. It was right around BT. Like their money.
But I think it was when it was released in English, because I remember actually watching the highlight stream on my way back to college. So it was still around May, like April or May, when the reboot was announced, and the show was still going.
Okay, so it was like when we had gotten Divine English. Okay, so yeah, so it was like in between BT just started, and Divine Dragon was here, had just barely hit here in English. Like I was just about to get over, it just hit.
We did know that G was ending because they had the last thing. The ultimate stride was the right set before. This is the last thing we'll do. Then we have this big new mechanic with Neon Gizeh, and then it's over.
Yeah.
But
so it's like that's why I say like him saying got canned is a lie, because it didn't get canned.
But he's referring to the show.
Well, even then, it's like it still ended. It still had an actual ending. Like, let's look at. Man, do you know how people would want an ending? Like, again, I'm gonna say like Attack on Titan things. Like, people were like upset at maybe upset of Attack on Titan's final season for a reason. Maybe you don't like the direction, maybe etc. But at least you're getting an ending. Imagine Hunter x Hunter fans, Berserk fans, like people. There's this manga.
I just over, but we don't like where the series is over, and not over because it ended. It's just because the manga just never finished it.
Yeah, it's like I remember Vagabond. There's this manga called Vagabond. I learned about, and it was this story about a samurai, and story about a samurai, how he got this thing, and it was apparently like really really detailed. And really things, and then at a point, the author, like in 2008, there was like one hiatus. There's an author, and then the author made like a panel called the epilogue. Like he had written basically like an ending that's like kept going, and he had it on a display, at an art show. But that was the only time anyone could even see it. It never released, and then more chapters did come out, but then it stopped around 2015, and no one knew what happened, because the author was still doing a basketball manga. I don't want to say it was free, but it was a basketball manga, and so they were like, "Well, what happened?" And he finally released the epilogue, and he put a little like thing at the end of the epilogue, like, I got burnt out because what I was doing, I put everything I had on it, but it started like messing with mental health, because it's a samurai manga, so he's basically having to draw a bunch of decapitations or mutilations and all of that, and because of style.
I only have one person in my stream, but just letting you know that your stream is actually being mirrored online.
It's being what?
I have my browser on my stream layout right now, so your stream is on my stream.
Oh.
I have one person watching, so but like yeah.
I'm just trying to like read the chat because do I know how to get the stream chat out here? I don't know. OBS is weird, but so so it's like he released the manga. I wish you knew. I wish you knew what you said because I think the censor got you, but he released it and he said, because of that, I had to take a break and like basically kind of figure myself out. And then when I realized I couldn't do it anymore, I had to stop. So here's the ending, and it's an ending that apparently like really like ties the story together. So that's good. Like people wish for that type of ending if they've gone through a long hiatus for some series. So it's like I'm glad that G at least ended and had an ending that made sense, even if it wasn't like all the way there. So for him to say it was canned, oh real. Game of Thrones is peak example of needing an ending. I mean, it does have the ending. It's just the man won't write it. Man is literally out here drinking mimosas, and it's like he can't even write. Like he's procrastinating rather than wanting to actually end it.
Because he needs to figure out who to kill next.
Well, the thing is, like he already wrote down the ending. Like the technically the end of Game of Thrones, the show, is the actual ending. The problem was the show just rushed through it and didn't build up anything. Like that, like Tokyo Ghoul. It's like Tokyo Ghoul. Like what happened to them? Though that ending of Tokyo Ghoul was also kind of like a real rush thing too. Heck, even Naruto is rushed, but in hindsight, we could argue that Naruto needed to be rushed.
It needs to be rushed. Just
It's like,
let it die. Let the past die.
Like, I'm more so talking about the anime. Oh my goodness! Like it took 3 years after Naruto was over because they made so much filler. It was pain.
Wait,
Naruto's.
wait.
Yeah, the anime had made filler in between the sections. Like there was like when Kaguya showed up, they had a filler arc that revealed they had aliens in the series.
Well, no,
That-
technically that I don't watch Naruto. Like I don't know the whole thing. It's
just can't be
alien,
spoiled.
but it relates to actual mythology because Kaguya, the actual
Yeah.
entity, is
Yeah.
from the moon.
Yes,
So she's
like everyone.
technically an alien.
Yeah, so everyone came from the moon. So technically, like they're descendants of aliens, and they had a whole arc of that. And it took like a good month, and then they had like 2 actual plot episodes, and then had another arc. I forgot which one. It was like really short. I mean, the moment I knew Naruto was like doomed in the anime form was when I was watching Toonami one night, and they're in the middle of the Great Ninja War arc, which is supposed to be like the climax of the story, and they're having an interview session with people at the scene on TVs.
Wait. Do you mean like they pulled an office? Like they had talking head puppets?
Yes, they literally had actual news people and actual like televisions, not scrolls, televisions.
No, they have televisions in Naruto. If you,
Yeah.
In the original series, in Naruto's like apartment, you would see a television.
Yeah, I know,
just
but it's
don't,
like we
they
never
just don't
used it.
acknowledge
But it's more like they just used all of it. They just used all the technology. It's like the thing is like the technology was there, but it's just skipped so far ahead. It's like, wait, hold on. We just got to radios. What you mean you got a laptop? How you got a gaming PC, Naruto? Your son don't even see you.
Boruto's dad? That whole meme?
Boruto's. Oh yeah, I seen the chakra lightsaber. I saw the chakra lightsaber. Oh, we done lost the plot. Okay, so
So, we learned.
It is objectively true to say that G was bad and a complete failure.
No, it isn't. The series lasted for 4 or 5 years. It had 5 seasons, 14 main boosters. How is G a objective failure? Like
The V series is technically, in hindsight, an objective failure because the entire year of 2020, after Team Dragon's Vanity, it was just
a mess.
power creep after power creep after power creep. Zazan.
In fact, the whole
the lack of
Zazan.
transparency, if in general.
Mm-hmm. In fact, we could argue 2020 even happened because of, you know, the big sickie. Straight up. Like, so it's like, all that didn't even, so it's like, all the problems, the fact is like, all the problems didn't even matter because we couldn't play. And when they did, it was a disaster. So it's like I love people call this like the lost meta, but it's like, it needs to stay lost because it was a mess.
Like but it was, again, I wasn't. See, when I heard that Overdress was a reboot, I was actually totally cool with it. I have not spent anything on the reboot of a V except for a couple packs of the like first set and the Kai trial deck because there was nowhere to play. And now I'm great about that because I don't have to worry about any of my things going to waste, and I didn't have to deal with this terrible meta.
Yeah, so it is just like, you know, so it's like, but also it's like V is object failure because in a way, if you put it like this,
I do agree with the power creep stance. Some cards like Gancelot Saber, where he got a crit and quadruple drive because that was a little dumb.
Yeah, it's like, I don't think he outright admitted that V was a failure, but he basically said like, he did.
They said they didn't say out that it was a failure. They didn't go anime was a mistake. They basically said we realized when we were trying to make this thing that it wasn't going to work of getting support each year. So we're going to try. This is good. Hopefully, I don't know if it was Idani or Mori said this is going to be hopefully our last reboot, and the game can last another 10 years.
Yeah, Kanani said that. I don't think I heard all of that all the way. So okay. So yeah, it's like, in fact, you know, V is an object failure because V lasted shorter than G. Like, he's going to go and say like the anime, you know, adapting the manga was terrible. You know, the same anime he dropped, and spoilers, he's gonna say if it's terrible too. So it's like, if you're he only gives Steam to Shinamon, but he's like Shinamon's good if we just get rid of Eska. If we just got rid of the Eska stuff, like, Shinamon's good.
You know?
Sorry about that. So yeah, him calling it object failure is no.
Got canned. It is objectively true to say that G was bad and a complete failure. Things that are good do not result in a total franchise reboot. G was bad. It tarnished the franchise to the point that the only way to keep it going was to do a full-blown reboot of all Cardfight media. These are just the facts. Part 18, the reboot. I'll be honest, I got swept into the hype and nostalgia when the reboot was announced. So let's take this chance to go back
They didn't
and
have
look
to
at it all.
reboot it because of the failure of G. It's they had nowhere to go. They literally wrapped everything up. You can't just go, oh, and now we have the son of Toshiki Kai and whatever. Because they don't want to pull Boruto.
I mean, so like it took like Speed was mad they didn't reboot Buddy Fight. Don't say that, man. It's like it's like it took them 3 years to finally get there, but like they did finally have somewhere to go. It's just they needed time. And I think this was just it.
In a more objective light, the reboot got off to a pretty good start. The gameplay was classic Cardfight with all that extra deck shit shaved off. A new value system was instituted, and it was solid and consistent during the first year or so of support. However, there was one huge problem at launch. Gifts. Gifts were just a purely terrible idea. Firstly, they created 3 little boxes that all clans had to fit into. This, unsurprisingly, just made all of the clans feel even more samey than they previously did. And that was already a problem with the game! The second issue was it made going first the best possible thing you could do in the game. If you go first, you get your gifts first, and gifts were so strong that it massively swung the game. Especially since Force and Excel gifts stack on each turn. They don't ever go away. The more you get, the stronger you are. Getting them first is huge. Funny enough, first move advantage was a problem in G2, but in the opposite way, as going second would let you stride first. Honestly, if the reboot game didn't have gifts, it would have been good. Before the massive power creep. But, overall, the reboot game was okay. It was fun and a huge improvement over G. Again, for a while. However, the anime just got worse and worse. Part 19. Yo, that manga's bad. Whoever decided to base the new anime off the terrible manga should be fired. As briefly mentioned earlier, the entire manga is edgelord cringe. Everything is taken to 11 and in all the wrong ways. Morikawa is now physically assaulting Aichi in Chapter 1, and then we're just supposed to believe that Aichi's cool with hanging out with him now?
But you forgot about the actual episode where they literally deal with that. Like, he feels bad, and then...
Actually, if I'm to be specific, in the first episode of the original, they don't actually, he doesn't hurt him, he just kind of aggressively push it. This shows him actually beating him up.
It's like, it's more like, we see like one panel about it, but also, but also like they have an episode literally dedicated to kind of like getting past the fact that Morikawa was, remorseful about this thing, and that, Aichi was willing to accept Morikawa. They have that fight, they have that thing, and like that's good. That was actually really good. In fact, like I'll say this, like the parts of the V anime that were really good were the parts that weren't from the manga, which is wild. It's like, imagine your adaptation not being good except for the part where everything's anime original.
Kai was way better than manga V-Series Kai, definitely. I do like that they opened Kai up a bit more, like he was less standoffish to people.
Yes.
The problem was that he smiled too much. not supposed to smile. He smiles on small occasions when he accepts people. But like in the end, the first ending where it's just Kai, with the one that's sung by Kai and Aichi, it's just like, yeah, let's just get the shipping off way too hard.
Oh no,
And
can we just talk about the the amount of like wow, y'all were just down bad doing these anime endings. Case in point, the one where Misaki and Korn are eating hot dogs. Did you see that one?
the V series or the original?
No, the V series.
Oh yeah, I for the most part I skipped a lot of the endings. I watched the first one because I was like basically watching everything up the first like
Yes.
few
Like,
episodes.
now,
And then Triangle Fight is a fantastic song, and Unstoppable, like those I watched. Also, it's nice to see all the boys in suits because they just look so good. They look
yeah,
dope.
it's equal opportunity, but it's like there's the one before Unstoppable is a Milky Holmes
Where, like,
ending.
where it starts with
Wait.
Corin in bed with like a full up ass shot.
Yes, it's like you want to talk about that? You want to talk about justifying women? There you go. Like you should have just talked about that whole ending right there. That whole ending was horny
Because
energy.
again, I will agree with his statement that they did kind of sexualize the girls a little bit too much. Asuka or Korin and Misaki got overly sexualized, and their characters are not about their sexuality.
Yeah.
Isuka having sex—that's part of her character. She's an ex-Gravier idol, which is basically a softcore porn model, and the fact that she's confident in how she looks.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't care. Like literally, she walks up in wearing a pumpkin on her head and a leopard print bikini, and she doesn't care.
Yep. Okay, let's hurry up and finish this up. It's been
We've already covered
4.5
Misaki.
hours.
Emmy's gone from terrible.
It's been 4.5 hours. You know, I'm starting to get why the EFAP podcast has like 12 hours. 12-hour podcasts or like streams. It's like, what the heck y'all doing?
Bermuda clan rep to
Actually, no.
non-existent
If you
clan
think
rep.
the series sexualized Misaki, then just look. Well, no, some of her events, she wore a bikini in some episodes.
Yeah. In fact, I'd argue the Zero one is arguably more.
It's actually less sexualized.
Yeah.
It doesn't
Zero one.
push her up as much.
Yeah. It's more tasteful, I guess you could say.
I mean, in swimsuits, there's really nothing tasteful. It just the one she had in the original series. You can see the animation pushed her chest up a bit more. The other one just looks like she's wearing a swimsuit.
And hey, let's just double time it through our content, skip an entire arc, and make the fight choreography hit. I was genuinely hyped for the Shin arc. Nita is my favorite character, and I've always wanted to see the story about how he and Mark saved the world. This plotline was teased all the way back in the OG Season 3, after all. Overall, it didn't disappoint. I just wish that Eska shit wasn't in it. I also totally get why people who aren't a huge fan of Nita didn't like this one. Something I do want to address is that some folks didn't like how Nita and Mark were portrayed in this adaptation. As for that, I disagree. Keep in mind, they are both children in this series, and they act like it. Nita is rash, impulsive, and emotional. However, his driving motivations of loving Cardfight and his family are still there. We can see how this teen became the legendary mentor and fountain of wisdom we see in seasons 1 through 3. Same goes for Mark. Woo! We finally covered the entire anime. There's nothing more to talk about. Certainly not the worst season of all. Oh god. Part 20. Vanguard if I had a good title for this segment.
Why did he didn't even need to do.
The Yu-Gi-Oh! Equivalent of Vanguard
Fourth
if
season,
would
'cause
be
it's
Paradox
pointless.
from Bonds Beyond Time going on a magical time-hopping adventure with Rebecca Hawkins because Shoddy's long-lost brother Schmotty told them to. If that sounds like fun, don't worry. There's no card
Watch it.
games, and the
I'm gonna be
only
honest,
series
I'd watch
these
that.
It does. I mean, cause like one like Rebecca was Rebecca even indie manga?
I
I think
think,
I think
I
she's like
forget.
I think she's an anime only character.
and so is Paradox. But I'm saying Paradox, Rebecca, and Shoddy. They have nothing in common. Put them in, and just see what happens.
Yeah.
Specifically, if you take like, I specifically think Paradox from the abridged series where he goes,
Oh,
"Wow,
Lord.
protagonist."
Yeah.
characters get to explore is Zexal. Fuck no.
Hey, Zix was
A
wrong.
time-traveling
Like, late
crossover
Zux was
anime
good.
celebrating 10 years of Cardfight is a fantastic idea. But Bushi execs are spineless morons and don't have the balls to do it right. Imagine it. Aichi versus Aichi. Majesty Lord Blaster versus Exculpate the Blaster.
Cardfight, you need to
Having
go.
a whole
I'm sorry.
story arc where the characters explore the world of the Cardfight video games, complete with EX gifts. Void versus Brand.
Wait, hey, Cardfighter, think about this. Who actually got finished? Zexal, 5Ds, or GX?
And
Zexal.
finally getting what we have all wanted since 2014.
Zexal.
Team
Alright.
Q4 versus Team
No.
Ball Soleil. Oh, but Speed Robo, you
Sadly.
crossover card fight and body fight? What game would they play? Easy, Weiss Wars. And then finally print some card fight and buddy fight anime Weiss Wars, you fucking cowards.
Okay, I will say that is kind of like the one thing I'm like, I agree. It's like, man,
Wait, what'd he say?
you know, having Vanguard Buddy Fight have a crossover like thing in
Well,
Weiss.
they should. Well, no. What I feel like what was the last coffin for Buddy Fight was when it essentially stole from White Schwartz with the SS Gridman set and like some other animes. Like that's White Schwartz's whole thing is anime is our sets for card games. Buddy Fight has its own thing. Vanguard's is its own thing.
Well, I'd argue. I mean, it could. I mean, there's nothing wrong with having like a crossover set every once in a while. It's just like there was too many announced too quickly. It was like, yeah, y'all, we still barely got support for the stuff we did. Like,
Yeah.
we still don't even have an anime. What you still don't have one anime? What you doing trying to get sword art on this? It's like I like the idea of like how you did it, but it's like hello.
I want to know what he thinks about, in my opinion, one of the weirdest and worst card game anime adaptations. Have you ever seen Weiss Survive?
Seen what now?
So you know Weiss Schwartz, right?
Yes.
It had an anime. It's like half an hour long. It's like an anime special called Weiss Survive, and it's just some weird ecchi show, but like references it references the card game Weiss sometimes.
Bro, this is just Clannad. What?
Yeah. But
they really just animated Clannad. Like card game. Oh lord. Okay, we need to end this.
It's so dumb.
Alright.
Vanguard could have been a true celebration of everything Cardfight
But,
has
you know.
done, been, and meant to so many people. But instead, all we get is a clip show for B-Series disguised as a bargain tin magical girl anime. This was genuinely the biggest disappointment in Cardfight history for me. Alright, now that we have covered all of the anime for real
Okay,
this
you know what?
there
I
is
can't do it anymore. I'm juiced out. I can't do it. I'm just I just remembered the last 10 minutes are just on Vanguard. The last 5-6 minutes are just on Vanguard Zero alone. And it's been 4 hours and 30 minutes.
I hope me coming in didn't make that go way too long. So I apologize.
No,
It's like,
no,
I
it's just me. But you know, I think we're just gonna call the stream here.
No more change. Just burn through.
and then call stream here. Probably like start up the stream on. Probably start up my stream on Friday, going over the Zero part because that's the Zero stream. So, and then continue from there. But hey, it was nice to. Just run through this. No, I don't want to. Okay, let's see. Okay, you know what? Fine. We're burning through it. We're burning through it.
We'll have a discussion on Friday.
There's one last thing.
No, actually, I think we're gonna go all the way. We're burning through it.
Part 21. 0. Oh, okay. I've put off talking about this for long enough. Time to finish this. Vanguard 0
Same.
is the worst adaptation of any media in human history. It completely fails to understand and capture its source material on a deep or even surface level. I have already talked about how Zero is a terrible card and video game in great detail. So I'm going to use this segment to talk about how Zero fails as a Cardfight product and actively...
Well, for one Cardfighter, we ain't got shift no more.
Eyes that Zero is desperately trying to copy Duel Links to get some of that sweet, sweet whale money. However, Bushiroad and Game Studio clearly don't understand what made Duel Links so good in the first place. Let's break it down. On the surface level, Duel Links and Zero are a nostalgia-laden retread of the original anime series for both products. Duel Links lets you play as the anime characters. Each character has a unique superpower and can use any card in the game. In Zero, the characters don't have any superpowers and can only use a very select card pool. This makes Duel Links cool, gives a new dimension to the classic Yu-Gi-Oh! Gameplay, and doesn't frustrate the players. Zero is the exact opposite of everything I just said. In addition, going back to the original anime for Zero is just plain stupid. Why? There's a goddamn reboot going on right now that uses all of the characters from the first series. How is this not going to confuse the living fuck out of a casual fan? Why did Bushi decide to confuse the public by making this game follow the first anime series instead of the reboot?
Because you have more
Duel
money.
Links did it. That's
Also, Zero was announced like the
Yeah,
reboot. came
Yeah,
out at the
Zero
same
was
time.
announced. Zero was announced easily, like before the reboot. Now I understand, it's like, well, why do we start from there? But I say the simple answer isn't just
Literally,
because.
the song said start from zero.
Yeah, it's like, well, one, that and freaking, if that was the case, we'd have. It'd be even more confusing because now you've got two games that have different things using the same cards, and it's just like, well, some one card might be better. It's like, well, why can't we do that version in the real game? And then Zero is like this, but this is more of one. You get a bigger card pool, meaning the game lasts longer. Like the whole thing of a gacha game is to make money for a long time. There's only like a few games I've seen just like. I've only played one gacha game that died within a few months, and that was the global version of Symphogear. That was gone in 3 months after release.
I don't invest in a lot of gacha games unless I know that the game's gonna last. Most gacha games I invest in are Fire Emblem Heroes and Vanguard Zero, but it's also because I want to support Bushiroad since I couldn't buy the actual cards.
Yeah, it's like so. Yeah, it's like starting from era mechanics were simpler is a smart move. It's like, yeah, it's might be confusing, but at the same time, it's like, well, where else are we gonna go? G? Start from G? We're gonna start from Legion? Like, start from a point where it's like we got imaginary gifts, which means now you gotta find a way to code in Excel markers. Like, I get what he's saying, but at the same time, it's like, imagine Duel Links started with links. I mean, I wouldn't say that. It's like, it's better Duel Links started with synchros, probably. Like, it's not that far away from like actual issues.
Zero simplified the gameplay for their respective titles. Duel Links cuts the life points in half and takes away 2 field columns. Other than that, still plays exactly like Yu-Gi-Oh! traps, chains, and all.
I will
Zero
kind of agree
doesn't
with
play
that. It's like
Cardfight at all.
I will agree with that. It's like, Duel Links is basically the same game, just you just lost 2 slots. Now those slots, depending on what deck you're playing and how it's
FTK
updated,
decks are even better.
it could literally just be like, well, I don't have enough room to put in all the cards. Right? You lose cards in hand, everything. Like there's some. Okay, I see what you get. We're trouble designing for links. Yeah, like same thing with Excel markers. They'd be like, okay, you rolled 8 times somehow. Like, we can't put this much stuff on the board. We can't do it. No.
All. It plays like a boring
Genesis,
version of
you run out of
Hearthstone
time.
tighter
Imagine
field
playing
constraints,
playing
even more locked.
Aquaforce with like
Once
14
again,
Excel
all
markers.
this change is going to do
Yeah.
is piss off the hardcore fans and confuse the casual ones. You know how many times I've been asked, how do I choose my grade 3's triggers in the physical game? More than once! And that's infinitely more times than I should have been asked that question.
Who would ask you that
Why
question?
change the rules of the game? 'Cause Duel Links did it. Yuck! I've had people try to defend this choice with, oh, if they didn't do that, the games would have taken too long for mobile. And I call bullshit on that. Cardfight is already perfect for mobile. It takes about 6 turns per player on average to finish a game, and there's already very minimal player interaction. Way less than Duel Links, I might add. If they were really worried about game speed, just drop the damage cap to 5, make Limit Break activate at 3. Problem solved. However, let's say, sure, they had to change the gameplay this much. Fine, let's run with that. Why are they copying and pasting card skills then? There's only 2 reasons. 1, they are lazy. 2, they are idiots. Choose one. At launch, they already had to completely change one card to make it work in this new gameplay. Guess what? That means you have to change all of them to make the game balanced and fun. Obviously. God!
Well, I mean, yeah, because I'm going to be honest, well, those concepts were good. Like, some of these changes should have been there from the jump. Like the limit break change of, hey, you hit limit break, you still get the skill instead of healing out of it. And you just like RNG yourself out of a wet noodle turn.
I think some in the actual card game did do that. Like if you were at limit break and they activate, they were like they go off after during the attack. If you do heal, I think those were common. But I'm like, again, they had to change skills. Novell would have been absolutely busted if he kept his original skill.
That's true, but I think he's trying to say like the gameplay shouldn't have been in a place where you had to change the skill in the first place. Like, why isn't it just like regular Vanguard? I think that's what he's trying to say.
As we can see, Duel Links is already above Zero because Zero tried to copy Duel Links' homework and failed miserably at it. So now let's talk about all the ways Duel Links completely blows Zero out of the water as a mobile game. Shall we? It's the booster packs where Duel Links destroys not only Zero, but all of its contemporaries in the market. Where everyone else decides to go full-blown loot box gambling route with their booster packs, Duel Links decides to make their setup much more living card game-esque. Each box in Duel Links contains a set number of each card. This means that when
I will say
the exact odds that you will get the
I'll at least give him this, that
in addition, no
I do
matter
like the
what,
Duel Links
you can always buy the full box outright.
the Duel
guaranteed to
Links
get the
box
card
system.
The booster pack
Even if it is
system
infuriating.
gives you the chance
I
to
don't
get
like
it
I like the
earlier
boxes, but I
and
also
for
hate
cheaper.
that it's only 3 cards per
Honestly,
pack.
Fantastic.
And
Yeah.
It's
the-
the system
and
that I use for
the-
all
and
of my digital
you get
card
no
games.
benefit from
It's
getting multiple
just-
cards. I like in Vanguard where you get like 4 copies of a card, everything else is materials. I have 6 copies of King Beast Spell because it's the card that's on the screen, and I can't do anything with it. Oh, I get coins, but the coins are literally pointless.
Yeah, coins are like a small like piece of something you could trade in the card trader, which the card trader like barely has anything.
Yeah.
It's a I think like if it had the box plus like a dust material system, I think that would be just well. I think
If they could have, or if they could, a best of both worlds would be fine.
yeah, I agree with that, Sagiti. Like it's like there's still issues with Duel Links too. We can't just like could constantly praise Duel Links. Yeah, he sometimes has cards that like would be like in like decent decks, right? Like I'll still like I know like these decks are outdated technically by the current state of like the meta probably, but like I'll still play some Arrow Mages.
I mean, Arrow Mage are the free-to-play deck.
Yeah, I'll play some Arrow Mages. I remember when I was going ham on Duel Links, I just literally like ground free to play for Six Samurais because that was my favorite deck in the main game.
I was doing it for Heroes, and then there was the update. Like it was when Invoke got banned or got restricted, and I just dropped the game because it was like, you know what? I'm bored, and Zero seems to keep my attention a bit longer, and I have more things to look forward to.
Showers Balance by Daughter Dustin. I like their dust system too. I like Zenozar's dust system as well, but that game had a lot of issues underlying that just, you know, we could talk about as well. But like,
Duel Link's underlying problems come from Yu-Gi-Oh! Is just like there's too much. For example, there's too much text on cards, like too much effects, and like just in general and how the deck building structure works. So it's better that it's more closer to the real game, but the problem is that the real game has some structural issues, specifically with deck building. Like, if you fight a synchro deck on Duel Links, where you're spending 3 hours watching them synchro, and then you lose. Like, I already lost, but it has to drag on.
You know, I just checked. Does Duel Links have the ability to turn animations off? I never checked.
Well, no, you can sort of, but it's you start to wait for them going. I synchro summon a monster. I synchro summon a monster. I activate my monsters.
Oh yeah, you have to basically like turn everything off to do so. I'm almost convinced Astrograph Sorcerer only got banned for really short text. Oh yeah, you know, shoot. When you think about it, Electromite probably got hit the same reason too. It's like, oh, it says draw one. It's short as heck. Get rid of it. But sir, pendulums aren't meta anymore. Get rid of it, sir. You already cut their legs off. I want that arm too.
They're already dead.
Combining the
Kill
fun
'em
of
again.
gambling with the consumer pro practices of living card games. Zero doesn't just go full-blown loot box, they manage to make it even worse than real booster packs.
They want to keep shit from coming back.
When you buy a pack, you are pulling from the entire card pool of the current season. This means
Now,
that you will never, ever get the card you're looking for, or...
So, this already means, like, this was... He didn't check anything from Modern Zero. Because they had changed that to be like, okay, you get, you know, they did change that from like current season, you get everything for current season, but then they split it into, you know, the Q4 guys and the rivals, and then they did that for Asian Circuit, and then now every set is completely like separate banner forever. So it's like, let's stop the shrift memes. But yeah, it's like, you know, they've changed that already, so that's already a thing implemented, despite the fact that
are wanting. I've already done a whole rant on this if you want to hear it.
No, I'm good.
It's genuinely stunning that Game Studio and Bushiroad put their heads together to create a system that makes opening packs feel bad, but boy howdy, they pulled it off. It flabbergasts me to see a product so totally misunderstand everything around it and wind up being so horrendous on every level. Konami can score free dunks on it. Konami is doing better than Bushiroad right now. And Konami
that restructuring
worst.
thing seems to differ, but
dear viewer,
Oh, I'm also saying because you
know
pull
what the worst-
3 cards per pack versus 6 cards per pack, and also that shining effect, like when you open a card where on Duel Links where it's like you got like the character's eyes or it goes bam or this.
oh,
It could have rainbow effect. It means nothing. You got a common.
Yeah, it's like, man, at least like they'll tell you, it's like, hey, you literally are getting nothing from this. I'm sorry. like,
Like when the Karibo
instead
show
like
up.
instead of the Karibo's like,
Does that mean anything? It means nothing.
it's like,
But Zero
it's like,
at
it
the
means we
very
stole your
least
money.
nothing, and you could get a sneaky triple rare. You get a sneaky 3 triple rares, and they're all SP.
Yeah,
Part
it
of
is.
all
There,
this is,
you know, again, there's issues with both
I'm
games.
wrong.
It's
Wait,
not the
hold
game
on.
problem.
What'd he
There's
say?
nothing you can do.
First. But, dear viewer, do you know what the worst part of all this is? I'm wrong. I'm the one who doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm the asshole. Why? Vanguard Zero makes money. Insane amounts of money. More money than you or I will ever see in our
Someone's like
entire
Vanguard Zero is the first Bushy-made Vanguard
Bushiroad's
game
right.
compared to Duel
And the
Links
only
being
metric that
their
matters,
fourth attempt at an
Zero
online
is
Yu-Gi-Oh!
a
Live service
success.
game.
It's a massive
Yeah.
success. So, I'm wrong. I clearly have no
Like
idea what I'm talking about.
Vanguard Online didn't really work,
And
so
I'm
it's like,
done. Part 22. The lessons Bushiroad has learned. Also overdress. From the complete disasters that are G, the reboot, and Zero, what has Bushiroad learned? Well, at the start of the reboot, it looked like Bushiroad
yes,
learned
we
that
literally,
constant power
I think
creep
we're
and
literally
stable
getting
metas and
a
making
Zero
bad
design.
game
We're looking at
resulted in
Zero,
lower
what you
sales.
call it?
However, that's
Hold on, what did he
not
say again? I'm
what
sorry.
creep, unstable. Well, at the start of the reboot, it looked like Bushiroad learned that constant power creep, unstable metas, and making a bad game resulted in lower sales. However, that's not what they learned. From the moment the first booster of Cardfight reboot broke pre-order records, Bushiroad said, "Oh, I guess reboots work then." Okay. What they learned is that luring people in with a decent game, getting them hooked, then forcing those players to buy more and more crap to stay relevant is a great way to make money short term. Don't worry about the long term, just reboot when things get bad. Broken bullshit that people need to buy in order to play the game sells cases. Reboots sell cases.
Why they
These
hired
are
Mori.
just the facts. What Bushiroad learned from Zero is that they don't need to try. The Cardfight brand name is all that matters. Content, irrelevant. As long as it wears the skin of Cardfight Vanguard like a horrifying serial killer, that's good enough to make grotesque piles of cash.
Man, he make it sound like Vanguard is Pokemon. like how people feel about Pokemon right now. Like, gosh, dang.
I was streaming Pokemon Crystal Clear because I'm like, and I just like, it's really cool how they updated. I'm just like, I got really bored really quickly, and I'm just like, wow, Pokemon bores me now.
It's like we talk about, it makes piles of money. It's like, well, yeah, because that's the power of an IP. That's how the power of an IP works. Oh, sorry.
What he's saying is so weird about how reboots sell. No, that's nothing to do with it. G, they didn't know where to go. Like, there was nowhere to go from there. V, they screwed up at this point and were like, we need to abandon the ship so we can get more people to play again, because they realize that people aren't playing. They realize card shops aren't supporting it because their money making tactics and how the power grip works, especially with house support. That's why they cut it down to the 5, 6.5, 5.5. Because Miracle Monastery is just its own thing. Is to make it easier to balance. They're using how Magic works. It's like all the card games are doing. They're somehow being popular. The new Bakugan reboot has been doing the same thing by making each of the attributes based on one thing similar to Magic, so the deck building will be easier.
And then
Zero
proceed
was
to
supposed to start from the beginning.
what's even hilarious. Like, I went to like a Target like just a couple days ago, looked at the Bakugan section, and I saw, oh, y'all dual coloring now. But it's barely been a year. Y'all ain't even in like actual things. But you got dual colors. You got alternate shape Bakugan. Like
Yeah, well, because they're new to the pieces. They're the Geogon and the fusions.
yeah, so it's like dang, like it took us 10 years to get there. What's your excuse? y'all y'all just straight up said, let's go. Color fusion. But it's kind of like, alright,
This is exactly why I've been saying that late G's power creep is going to be here forever. Bushiroad will never stop it. This is exactly why I've been saying that Overdress is just going to be another reboot. They won't call it a reboot this time. Bushiroad knows that will just make people mad. They're going to call it set rotation or something to that effect. So, this is it. I'm done with Cardfight Vanguard.
alright, we made it. I know the entire rest of that video is just, it's basically just a self. The rest of it is just a self. The rest of it is all self promotion about his 2 other channels he's apparently gonna create, because he's gonna turn this one into a vlog channel. He's gonna turn the other one to like stuff for Deckless, and then one more for all his games to try and like chew out the YouTube algorithm. I'm like, sir, you have
Literally Mori just said in the stream that they will try their damnedest to not have to reboot again and get it to at least another 10 years, so they can be at the if they have to reboot, it'll be for the 20th anniversary if they have to. But again, by reducing the clan limit, or by having only be 5 and 6 nations as opposed to the 24 clans, X will have more support. There'll be more balancing towards them, and so far there's no gifts.
Yep.
And we'll see what we see. We're all cautiously optimistic, but hopefully with the lowering in the price and the expanded card pool, there will be more ways. And again, by having it be nation based rather than clan based, you don't have to worry about clans being rotated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
We cross dual masters matches together. Yeah.
So like I said originally at the start of the stream, I was entirely angry with the original video, and I just need to finally just like get it out of my system, because whoo, 5 hours is a lot to get out the system. Like, because there was just something.
They just have fun.
Because he had good points. He had moments, and he's like, yeah, he talked about the weird English schedule. He talked about some of the issues, that are justified. But he lost it when he obviously showed the bias, and then the bias basically became too much to bear to hold up his argument or whatever. So to kind of close things down here, let's actually have a nice picture for the end of the stream, because I'm not ready to use the webcam yet to be like verified, like I'm gonna talk to all y'all live. But to close out the stream, what I want from Overdress, both as an anime and as a game, is for them to love the game again, if that makes sense. I want it to feel like Bushiroad has understood that their mistakes have put them into a spot where they cannot mess up again. They know it. They cannot mess again, because they literally said, we'll do everything in our power to not have that happen. They have to care. They don't have. I said this like all the time. Vanguard and Buddy Fight balanced each other. It's like, if you didn't like what Vanguard was doing now, you can just go to Buddy Fight and play there. If you didn't like what Butterfly's doing, go play some Vanguard. If you didn't like what Nisha's doing, you can just go like play White Schwartz or another card game, and take a break and then come back and play one or the other. You had that chance. Now that Buddy Fight is gone, Weiss is not going to help you because Weiss, honestly,
Made for the ultra weeps.
well, also that, and I just feel like the English side of Weiss is going to die out within the next 2-3 years. As much as
It's also the talk. I'm gonna be honest. The white sometimes they're good, sometimes aren't. Weiss feels a bit feels like has a bit more of a toxic fan base than JP because they're focusing on the JP's like fan list, and Weiss is also Weiss apparently came before Vanguard and was supposed to be Bushiroad's main game.
Yep.
Which is what, but then since Vanguard took off and it was the new Yu-Gi-Oh, they just decided to focus on that instead. And Weiss is delegated to the older crowd. Buddy Fights for 7-year-olds. Vanguard's for 9 to 10, and Weiss is for 14 to 17. Technically.
Yep. So, yeah. So basically, Sagiri said it best. Like, they spent too much money replacing people to afford to not care. They got Keita Mori, who, Different Fight and many other people swear up and down by this guy that he could change the ship. They replaced many people.
And he said multiple times that he's been speaking to they've been reading social media. They've been seeing the feedback and are trying their damnedest to rectify it.
All right, their social media has changed. He's speaking in English, and he wants to like help everything. Like, he has experience. He wants things to go right. One, because his job depends on it. Imagine you get hired, and on your first 2 years of job, the game you're hired to save dies out. Like, he doesn't have the leeway to be like, oh, I'll be fine. It's a giant IP, like a Yu-Gi-Oh or a Magic. I stand by the fact that I say, like, Magic the Gathering is basically held under ransom by Wizard of the Coast the entire year. But because of
but they had they're like that Walking Dead
yeah,
controversy.
that Walking Dead thing. They were basically held under ransom because the Commander Committee cannot get it, because then it's like, well, the Commander Committee is a bunch of big people, but they're only around because Wizards of the Coast keeps them around. Like, it really is like, oh, you trying to mess with our money? You gotta go.
There was actually a YouTuber who made a joke about imagine along with Overdress, they're gonna add like avatar format, which basically they just turn Vanguard into Magic. Like, they'll have spirit soul deck, and then you use them to call your units. So you beat Magic. It was just a joke.
Yeah.
But it could happen.
Yeah. Okay. So, I want the anime to be fun, but also be honest and tell a story worth telling. Like, you had something with the original. You had something with G. You may have messed up here and there, and depends on who you ask. There was something in Shinamon that told you there's something still in the tank, and then, depending on who you were talking about,
I think it's because they had an older cast. I think the older cast worked really well.
Yes, and I think they kind of saw that. It's like, do something new. Don't be afraid to tell a story that you want to tell, because people are gonna notice if there's heart in something. But, that I've turned the mood down and been like all serious. That's the end of stream, guys. I want to say thank you to everybody that came out to talk about it. Thanks to Indecisive Dauntless for coming in and just talking. We just basically just chilled and talked about
a big rambler. If I wasn't just talking through voice,
Literally,
Yeah.
this entire chat would just be nothing but me just like, I need that. And it's it was just like, I feel like no one would get a word in edgewise in chat.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, sometimes I like to ramble, but usually I just need someone with me to kind of like do stuff. But on that, I will see. This will be on. This will go on the YouTube channel. I'll try and like port the VOD to YouTube and get that taken care of. I'll tweet it out when it's done. I need to go. It is 12:19 in the morning for me. I got
It's 1:19 for me. So like,
Yeah, it's 12:19. I gotta. There's an appointment in the morning, and then some traveling that needs to be taken care of. Gotta, get things stabilized. Also been live for 5 hours. I'm starving. So,
you gotta have that
Yeah.
tray of rotisserie chicken just like right next to your setup.
No, I was literally about to go and start up cooking some, I don't know, some fish and fries, and just go to town and just like call it a night. Because
Well,
I got
know
it.
that you're definitely not British because you would have said fish and chips.
I was about to. I was literally about to.
This is literally what it is.
It's like
But yeah.
some fish and fries.
Thanks for letting me tag along.
Hey, no problem, man. If you want to come back and like talk probably next time, that's cool. And thank y'all for everyone coming. So with that, we'll end the stream here. Y'all have a good morning or night, whoever y'all are, where we are. And
I don't know if you know this guy PTCJ. Good afternoon, good evening, or good night.
And with that, see y'all Friday.